not going to be uh, made to feel bad just because of being who I am. Clearly, the way, if you want to say God, whatever created us, that's how that they were created. And you're basically shitting all over God's creation by shitting all over who they are. I think that everything here is to teach us about love. I really do. And that what would a LGBT person in any I think that everything here is to teach us about love. I really do. And that what would a LGBT person in any sense be a good teacher to is to teach people to be more loving, more understanding and compassionate. Like if you want to follow Jesus, I'm just saying like not
You will listen. Now, listen. You will listen. There's going to be a reckoning. There's going to be a reckoning, a spiritual reckoning. There's going to be a spiritual reckoning. Justice will be done for once here.
Demons slain.
Demons will pay.
Demons slain.
There will be a spiritual reckoning.
You won't escape this hell.
Your fate is sealed.
Justice is
inevitable.
You will see.
You will pay
For your
spiritual crimes.
For all of Matrix time.
You will pay.
Demons. You will see.
Demons. It's a pleasure. It's my
pleasure.
simple pleasures, joyful pleasures, unknown pleasures, joy division.
Pleasures
Of the flesh,
pleasures
of the flesh.
pleasures
I won't return here for pleasures.
fleshly pleasures, sexual pleasures.
My spirit is stronger than the flesh.
My spirit is stronger.
Stronger.
Viking strong.
My spirit is stronger than the
Flesh stronger.
than the flesh.
Stronger. Stronger. Stronger.
Than the matrix.
Stronger than the flesh. 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 Pleasures. Pleasures.
It's a pleasure.
It's my
Pleasure. Simple pleasures,
joyful pleasures,
unknown pleasures,
joy division. Pleasures,
of the flesh,
pleasures,
of the
flesh, flesh, flesh.
choose.
Choose wisely.
Choose wisely. Choose. Did you choose wisely? Where do you stand? Did you oppose demons? Did you choose freedom? Did you live by principles and morals? Do you belong in hell? Do you belong here in hell realm?
Are you in the Black Eyes Club?
Did you live by hate, by truth, or by love?
Do you have snake eyes?
Are you afraid
to die?
Did your spirit rot and decay in life?
Do you deserve to be
Free in eternity.
Do you deserve
Freedom! Or are you an evil
lying?
demon?
Are you a demon?
Did you choose?
Wisely,
Did you choose?
wisely.
Where do you stand?
Where do you belong?
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
the king is here.
The king is here,
Ravens feast,
the end is near.
the king is here.
The storm is clear,
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name,
The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here,
The shadows bend,
axes sing until the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes,
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
Chaos reigns.
a kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello. 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 Hello, my people, my tiggas. Hello, my tiggas. Start off with this. Gonna share a little bit of this. Nothing matters. This is a common theme. It's not just her video. See, if you think bigger and take a big picture look, a wider look, widescreen TV, panoramic photo, a big picture look, you'll see that there's a lot of videos like this. Nothing matters. We don't matter. We're small. We're tiny. We're insignificant. There's countless videos just like hers. This is common. Now, if you really start thinking, you'll say, why is that? Why are so many alike in this realm pushing the same thing? Maybe one day you'll catch on. Or you'll do what most humans do. Oh, I don't like what she's saying. It's her. It's her. You'll target and hone in on her, and you'll miss the whole forest. You'll miss the whole message. You'll miss the whole point of what I'm doing. And that's what people do. That's what you're good at. If I show you a shitty city, many of you will focus on one little piece of graffiti on a wall. And I'll say the whole city's shit. The whole city's a ghetto. But you miss the point. That's why I say most people are unteachable. You'll hone in on her, just like you do on others that I show. Talcott, Benedictless, Tony Sayers, Mark Devlin, Erica Duguay, this one, that one, Humpty Dumpty. You just won't see the big picture. You won't see how it connects. I don't believe most humans can see the connections. Even when you're shown the connections, you still can't see it. You have something about humans that you want to isolate. It's what you want to do. I'll show you a beautiful picture on a computer screen. You'll isolate one little red pixel. And I'll say, don't you see the picture? No, I'm see the one red dot. You don't want to see. Then how are you going to get out? You're focused on one little leaf in a labyrinth. And I'm telling you, you're in a goddamn labyrinth. It's millions of square miles. You're lost. How are you going to get out if you don't recognize that it's bigger than one little part? And you don't want to do it.
Have you guys ever looked up at the night sky and just realized how unbelievably small you are? I remember as a kid, I would spend hours upon hours laying on my trampoline, just staring up at the night sky and wondering what could all be out there, wondering if maybe somewhere out there was a civilization looking up at their own night sky and asking themselves the same questions. I've spent a lot of time wondering about the possibility of different dimensions that maybe we just don't have the senses to perceive. Something I also think a lot about is time. Like, is it really happening in the way that we
think? You ponder this, but you won't go to channels like mine to look into it, to get a different perspective from a being that might have more knowledge, might have more insight, might have greater wisdom, might have greater intellect than you, possibly. I know you're a woman, so you've got your vagina to be able to think for you. Most women alive today believe, they feel like they're smarter than men. They feel like it. But are you? Do you understand time here? I don't think you do.
time, like, is it really happening in the way that we also think a lot about is time? Like, is it really happening in the way that we think it is? Honestly,
Well, it's time is more than your menstrual cycle, sweetie. I hate to be like that, but after decades of women pretending that they're smarter than men just because they're female, at a certain point, men are going to say, "No, you're not. You're not. You have these thoughts, but what's your conclusion?" I know you like to think about this stuff because it makes you feel good. It energizes you or makes you feel good to ponder it. And that's fine. That's fine and dandy. That's wholesome. That's okay. I'm not against that. I'm not against wondering and daydreaming. But if you figured anything out, would be my question to this young woman. I think the answer is no. I don't think she has figured it, but she's getting joy out of it, which is fine. But has she really figured anything out about matrix time and how it works within this matrix? I don't think so. Do I think she would listen to an older man like me that has spent decades longer than she's been alive figuring it out? I don't think so. I have a feeling, I'll call it a feeling for the ladies, for the coochie chakra ones that want to go just by feelings. I have a feeling that she hasn't, that she wouldn't. I don't think most women listen to men like me, white men, older white men that are not 25, not 35 years old, older than you are in most cases. I don't think so. I don't see it happening, not just with me, but with women listening to older white men in general at all in this realm. Now, are there rare, rare exceptions? Yeah, there's one or two out of the country that might listen to me. It's not many, though. Okay.
Honestly, it's so crazy that any of us are even here to begin with.
That's Jack Talcott, very similar to Talcott. Am I saying that she's a demon like Talcott? No. But am I saying that she has the same, similar thoughts? Yes. Yes. And more.
And we know so much, but yet we also know so little. And I feel like the older I get, the more fascinating all of these questions become. There truly is just something so humbling about something as simple as just taking the time to look up at the sky in the night. And it really can put into perspective how minuscule we really are. Like, guys, we live on this giant rock flying through space around this giant ball of fire. And this giant ball of fire is just one star out of hundreds of billions in our galaxy alone. And our galaxy is just one among.
Really? We live on this big giant rock, and there's a big giant ball of fire? Well, that sounds like you're just spewing mainstream nonsense.
Rock flying through space about something as simple as just taking the time a little. And I feel like the older I much, but yet we also know so little. And I feel like the older I get, the more fascinating all of these questions become. There truly is just something so humbling about something as simple as just taking the time to look up at the sky in the night. And it really can put into perspective how minuscule we really are.
Jack Talcott said we're small, insignificant. Just the other day, she's expressing very similar sentiments. Now, again, I don't want you to hate her. I don't want humans to go into that I hate her mode and just targeting her and honed in on her. I want you to try to think bigger, please. You frustrate the fuck out of me, most humans, because you can't do it. You won't do it. You won't say, wait a second, there's millions like her that are loving the idea that we're small, tiny, minuscule, insignificant, meaningless, powerless. They get some joy out of it and a kick out of it. Look at the smile on her face. Is it correct, though? Is it true or not? I don't think humans can comprehend. I don't think you can do it. I think many of you get joy out of feeling like small sheep, slaves. You want some big God in some big universe. You want the Kool-Aid that they feed you, the Freemasonic science. That's where a big bang and there's billions of galaxies, as Carl Sagan said, billions and billions. And you humans are like her. Most of you on Earth are like this. So don't hate her. Most of you are like this. You're easily duped. And you get joy out of feeling small and powerless. And, I'll get down on my knees and praise this big universe and this great big source and this great big powerful God. And that's what you do. You're not like me. And if that stings your egos and hurts your feelings, good. Good. That's an opportunity for you to snap out of it and learn. Again, most of you won't anyway, though. You want to be like this, a smiling slave. I don't care if you're offended because I know damn well most of you on Earth, I've observed you, are like this. You want to be a smiling slave. I'm not pointing at her with aggression. I'm pointing at you tuned in here. Most of you on Earth that tune in here, and most of you on YouTube, and most of you walking around in any country on Earth want to be like this. You feel blissfully small, insignificant, trivial. tiny, minuscule. You're less than a grain of sand, they tell you, and you love it. You'll close your eyes and smile, and oh, it feels so good to mean nothing. You feel good to be duped and deceived, and that's what she is. And I was talking about this with RI last night. Here's some evidence right on the fucking screen for you. Not for RI, but for all of you in the world to see that most of you feel bliss. You feel great when you're thinking that, oh, I'm so tiny. There's something about your spirit as humans that you feel good when you're deceived. She is deceived. She's as deceived as much as any cult follower in any cult in this world.
All of these questions become. There truly is just something so humbling about something as simple as just taking the time to look up at the sky in the night. And it really can put into perspective how minuscule we really are. Like, we really are. And it really can put into perspective how minuscule we really are. Like, guys, we live on this giant rock flying through space around this giant ball of fire. And this giant ball of fire is just one star out of hundreds of billions in our galaxy alone.
It's also usually the females or the feminine, including feminine males, that want to feel tiny, small, insignificant. Just like women, if a big, strong man picks up his woman in his arms, she feels like a little girl. She'll giggle and go, oh, you're making me feel so tiny. Women love to feel that. And men, if you're a real man and masculine, like to feel strong and powerful, not tiny. Not tiny. So the men that want to feel like her, they're feminine. They like to feel tiny. They want the universe to make them feel small, physically, including physically small, like a little girl. They get that giggly little feeling of being like a little girl. And I've had ex-girlfriends that I lifted up and they said, oh, I feel so girly when you do that. And some of them weren't used to it. And they just picked them up in my arms, carry them like a baby. And you probably won't understand because most of you don't observe things. You don't pay attention. You don't learn things in life. You just go through life expecting somebody else to tell you what to do. Where's the map on the way out of here, Stephen? Tell me the way out. That's what a lot of you are. You have to be told what to think, told what to do. It's what you are. It's what you are. And a lot of you femme males on YouTube are like her. You like to look at the sky and, oh, I feel small. Because they told me the universe is so big and I have no way to measure it. I have no way to tell if there are billions and billions of galaxies and billions of quote unquote stars and what the stars are. You don't know. You're stupid. You go by what you're told. You're dumb. They tell you it's this. You nod your head up and down and believe like a cult follower. That's what most of you do. And then you'll call it knowledge, saying, well, I know this right there. You don't know anything. You just agree with what you're told. Like this chick. Seems to be in her 20s, I would guess. Gullible. Kool-Aid drinker. And you could view it like the liberals do. He's attacking us. I'm telling you the truth. And I'm hammering you with the truth. Because a lot of you don't take it in. If I just talk calmly for years, it doesn't get through. You need a goddamn jackhammer to get through to you. Like going through a concrete block with a jackhammer. Because you put up all kinds of defenses against the truth. You humans are so you're such truth-seeking beings that you have defenses to put up to shield you from getting any truth in. That's what you do. And I know you're different from me because I'm curious and I seek out the truth. I'm curious. I don't just lay there staring at the sky and wondering if what they told me. Billions and billions of galaxies and stars. And what does she believe? Exactly what she was told. Planets, a rock. She believes she's living on a spinning, floating, flying through space rock. And there's a great big burning ball of gas in a vacuum. Well, how's it on fire then if it's in a vacuum? And how does it burn, for one? How does the fuel never run out? I have questions. You don't, lady. See, the thing is, she believes herself to be curious, but she isn't truly curious. She's just thinking about the things she was told. Just like a lot of mothers, a lot of women will say, "My child has such an imagination." And a man like me or someone else will say, "Really? How so?" Just an honest question. Well, they run around pretending to be Spider-Man. Oh, so they're mimicking cartoon characters on TV? They're not actually imagining or creating their own? And then there'll be silence because it's exactly what they're doing. See, a lot of you humans think that imagination is just copying and mimicry and regurgitating and repeating. You're just parrots. You're not thinkers. You're not what you believe yourselves to be. You're just like robots. Now, I'm not saying she's an actual fucking robot with circuits, but she's just repeating or programming. And that's most of you on earth. That's all that most of you ever seem to do. When I have conversations or I play videos and hear you and see you, most of you are like her. You're just repeating the programming. They have you drink Kool-Aid, you drink it and you accept it and you repeat it for life. Show me proof that the sun is out there in space to begin with. Number one, is out in space, is a big ball on fire. A big ball of burning what? In a vacuum. And it never runs out. It burns and burns and burns every day, day and night. And it never runs out of fuel to burn. None of that makes sense. All of that's illogical. And all of that is unproven. But yet she believes. And so do most of you. If you don't believe the sun is that, you believe other shit with no evidence. It doesn't have to be the sun or space. You believe other shit. And you'll come on my channel and I'll say, why do you believe that? Can you show me some evidence? A lot of you never look at things and go, where's my goddamn evidence for my beliefs? Because if you actually did that, most times you'd say, I don't have any. I believe stuff with no evidence. You'd have to admit it to yourself, and which would require facing yourself and facing that you've been a Kool-Aid drinker your whole life and having to change. She says it's humbling. She doesn't go through real humbling. Real humbling would be her facing what I'm saying and realizing she's wrong. She believes shit with zero evidence. She just believes. Now that would be humbling if she said, you know what, you're right, and humbled herself and realized, I'm believing all this shit. We're not on a flying, spinning rock. That's not what the earth is and what they tell us the sun is and what they say all those lights in the sky, that they're stars, they're other suns. None of that makes sense. Where's the evidence? That would be humbling, but she won't do that. She says it's humbling just to look up and feel small. Humble yourself truly and realize you've been fed shit. You drank the Kool-Aid. And I'm not just directing it at her. That's where some of you lose track. I'm directing it at humanity, including many of you that tune into my channel day in, day out. You won't humble yourself and say, hey, my beliefs have no fucking basis. Your own beliefs have nothing to support them, just blind faith and belief. Now, if you could face that, then you could start to learn. See, that's the benefit. That's the positive. That's the empowering part. But you won't take the step of realizing and facing, oh, I'm believing shit. You won't do it because your ego, it would sting your little egos, your fragile little egos, wouldn't it? So go to church and pray to a God and just believe it's good. Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence for a good creator of this realm that you're currently in? Can you show me? That's just one thing. A lot of you have beliefs with no evidence, and you cling to your beliefs with tight grips, death grips on them. Oh, my beliefs are precious. Are they? Where's your evidence then? Can you convince me to believe what you believe by showing me evidence? Then you get angry because you know you can't. You don't have anything.
And our galaxy is just one among billions. There are planets out there with things that we have never seen.
Planets? Where's your proof of what you're saying? I know you got a big smile on your face and it makes you feel good to daydream about this. Where's your goddamn evidence, though, that there's planets out there? Where's your evidence? Evidence, please. I'll ask nicely, as humans say, nicely. Because every time I challenge your beliefs and your shit, people feel offended. Like, oh, he's attacking me and he's so mean. He's so mean. And that's what you go by, your feelings. You don't care what's true. I'm convinced most humans on earth do not care what the truth is. They'd rather have false beliefs that make them feel good than truth. Because you're weaklings. You don't mind being deceived. She's all smiles. She's loving being deceived. Look at her face. She's not sad. She loves the Kool-Aid. Feels good. Feels good to look up at the night sky and think that's a burning ball. The sun or any of those stars. She thinks they're like the sun out there. Are they? Some evidence, please.
Like, guys, we live on this giant rock flying through space around this giant ball of fire, and this giant ball of fire is just one.
This giant ball of fire. Is it really? And that heat comes all the way millions and millions and millions of miles through cold vacuum of space and then heats the earth. What you believe is ridiculous. You believe ridiculous shit that they fed you. I bet you believe the Big Bang because you believe the Earth story, the fake story, the spinning ball, giant rock flying through space, and you believe the burning ball sun story. So I bet you believe the Big Bang bullshit. Do you believe evolution? Do you think you came from apes? Aw, aren't you precious? You're so cute. You believe anything they program you with, right? And you'd be angry at a man like me. You'd hate the messenger for challenging your beliefs. That's human of you. Because your beliefs mean more than the truth. You're not a truth seeker. You're a believer in bullshit. You're a cult follower. Congratulations. You're so precious. Oh, it's so wonderful, isn't it? Is it just one young woman on earth like her, or is it most? Would it be most American women and Canadian women? I think she's from Wisconsin, somewhere like that. It's almost all of you. Almost none of you question. You'd like to talk about being thinkers, but you just have beliefs. Beliefs don't require evidence. You can spew the nonsense like her. Well, I believe and I feel like, and I believe and I feel like, and some man like me, oh, I'm so bad to step in and go, some evidence, please. Do you have any evidence to support these beliefs? They get angry. Oh, well, I don't need evidence. I have every right to believe what I want. Yeah, you do. But is it true or not? Well, I don't care if it's true. It's my beliefs.
Star out of hundreds of billions in our galaxy alone, and our galaxy is just one among billions. There are planets out there with things that we have never seen, things that we probably could never even comprehend. There could be life forms out there unlike anything that we could have ever imagined. There could be entire dimensions that our brains just are not equipped.
There could be. She's in her imagination, possibilities, daydreaming. Evidence, please. No evidence required. Believe whatever you want. You don't have to believe that this is a recycling system until you're in the recycling bin getting recycled. And then it's too late. Then it's like, oh, there was a guy that told me about this. And then blink, you're gone. So be it. Because you don't want truth. You want your beliefs. It's not just her. It's most of you on earth. You don't want truth. You reject truth. You attack messengers of truth. You attack genius. You attack men that see. You attack seers, visionaries, truth speakers. And you prefer liars that feed you false beliefs. You prefer to drink Kool-Aid. Most of you on earth. Get as upset as you like. It's observably true. Most of you prefer your Kool-Aid. You don't want the truth.
To understand. Hi everyone, we're in a new location. I'm just hopping on here again because I just thought of a really good example of this. This is something that I think about all of the time, actually. So imagine a two-dimensional being living on a sheet of paper.
She thinks about it all the time. I wonder how much research she does if she looks for channels like mine and tries to actually understand things or just ponders it in her own head, in her own head, and gets enjoyment out of it. I think that's what she does. Looks like a ching chong buffet behind her. I see the word, looks like buffet, something buffet. Ching chong! Westwalk close. She in pocket lot. 524 likes. I'm going to give it a thumbs up. 525. Congratulations to you, Dell. In one day, 4,600 views, over 500 likes. Amazing. Sharing your beliefs, not sharing any truth, not sharing any evidence, just beliefs. It's good enough. That's what people want. And she has the nose ring, but that's standard issue for young women. They almost always have that these days. Little nose ring. In a previous video, she mentioned being fatigued and having chronic disease. Would that be a gift to the universe, of source, Big Bang, God? How would you explain it? Surely you have some belief to explain that. You can't look at the realm, though, and the design. You can't do what I do or look into things that I say. You won't watch my videos. You'll just ponder this shit your whole life and never come any closer to the truth, because truth isn't even the goal. Most of you don't want truth. You prefer to smile away as Kool-Aid drinkers, as cult followers. Congratulations, by the way. You're common. Most of you are like her. Most on earth are cult followers, cult believers, Kool-Aid drinkers. Congratulations.
They would have the ability to move left and right, forwards and backwards, but they would lack any perception of depth. So they would lack the ability to move up and down. And that's not because it doesn't exist, but because they just completely lack the ability to perceive any of that.
As that quack guy would say, how did you do that? How did you have that, the Kool-Aid guy ready? Oh, yeah. Right at the time after you talked about Kool-Aid, because it's right there at my fingertips in the studio that you can't see. I have tons of images loaded. The maximum number that Restream can store, I have loaded. And then I have to switch out the bottom ones to upload new memes because it won't allow me to upload more. That's why. Just like I have this stored. Okay? And this. Hashtag winning. Viking strong. They're right here at my fingertips. And so are sound effects, music, sound effects, all sorts of things. I have it all set up that way in the Restream studio. I know what I'm doing. That's why.
So who's to say that we're not the same way? Like, there could be things going on all around us that we just don't have the ability to perceive. Like, these are the kinds of things that I think about all of the time, and it really can drive you crazy. Another big one for me is, what if time isn't linear? I remember watching the show called The Haunting of Hill House, and at the end of the show, there's this big reveal that time is not linear. It's all just happening simultaneously, and that really changed the way that I think about things. Like, what if? I one time saw...
Like, what if? She's just great. I love this chick. So a show taught her that. Now, if it's on TV, women and some young men, of course, too, it's not just women, will believe it and go, oh, time might not be linear. I saw it in a show or a movie, or Hollywood taught me. What's it like to go through life as a Hollywood mind where there's just a TV set on top of your neck instead of a head, a brain with consciousness? You're just programmed. And this is normal. This isn't abnormal. This is the norm in this realm.
Saw someone compare our lives to a book
I'm so negative, though. I'm critical of her, which makes me negative, of course.
as an example of this. And they were talking about how if you were holding a book, how like the whole story is already laid out there. It already all exists. And I think they said something like, what if there are beings in some other dimension that are viewing us in this way? Mind-blowing stuff, right? Or maybe you guys just think I sound like some kind of a crazy person. Honestly, I probably do, but I don't even care. These are the kinds of things that fascinate me. These are the kinds of things that make me feel truly alive when I think about them.
That's the thing. It gives her a feeling. It makes her feel alive. It's not about the pursuit of truth. It's about the feeling that she gets. Just like sex will give you a feeling, or eating a delicious ice cream cone, or a slice of pizza that's your favorite. Real Italian pizza, real traditional homemade pizza made by an Italian nonna, a grandmother. It'll give you a good feeling, but will it explain reality? No. Now, what she's doing will give her a good feeling. It makes her feel excited and alive. But is she any closer to knowing the truth? That's the problem that I see. Maybe you don't see it. See, I think a lot of you beings are different from me, which is fine. I don't care. I don't want you to be the same as me. But I notice that you're satisfied with feelings. If things make you feel good constantly, whether it's pills or food or alcohol or weed or videos, YouTube videos or movies, you're satisfied with feeling good and then going into the grave. And I think you're headed right for the recycling bin. And I'm going to tell you that just the same way that I told that creature on Archaic's channel when I went there. I said, I think you're going into the recycling bin. And he got a nervous, oh man, okay, 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 King Stephen. And most of you are like that. You don't want the truth. You just prefer to feel good right into the grave. And you can in this realm. There's tons you can do and think about and believe in that'll make you feel good. It'll give you good feeling. Doesn't mean it's true. You could shoot heroin into your fucking arm. You could snort some lines of cocaine and feel good. Doesn't make it true. It doesn't mean it helps you see the truth of where you are. It'll give you a good feeling. Make you high, make you feel good. And that's what most of you like. You're satisfied with feeling good. You don't care about what truth is. And I don't think there's many in this entire realm that I've ever met that really care about the truth. They'd rather just feel good, no matter what it takes. It doesn't matter if it's a needle, drugs, alcohol, movies, food, vacations, traveling the world. Some people travel to hide from life. They'll travel and travel country to country, and it's novelty to see different places. And they're running away from facing truth. You're traveling around, but you're not gathering up any truth. Just feel good feelings and experiences. Or the old people go on cruise ships. There's a million ways for you to dodge the truth. And you do. You do in Hell Realm. And I observe it. I see that you do. I notice what you're doing. I observe you running away from truth just to feel good. Put a smile on your face. You can smile like this right into the grave. I think they should have people in coffins smiling like this. You can say, oh, that's sick. No, I think it would show you something if you went to funerals and they put a big smile on their face. You'd say, oh, that's creepy. They should just, no, open their mouth and make a smile out of their face. And let people know they smiled right into the grave and say at their funeral, and they knew nothing about who they are, where they are, nothing. They're still smiling, but most likely they got recycled. In other words, some truth spoken at funerals, which never happens. I notice the lack of truth is glaring at funerals. People say they miss someone and they treat them like shit their whole life on earth. Or they love them and miss them and they're crying, and it's like you never treated them that way when they were living. I think a lot of you love what's fake. As long as it makes you feel good, that's all you care about. Feeling good all the time. Similar to Jack Talcott, just feel good. Just feel good and be fake.
Mind-blowing stuff, right? Or maybe you guys just think I sound like some kind of a crazy person. Honestly, I probably do, but
No, you don't sound like a crazy person. You sound like a typical person. You're feelings driven. You just want to think of things that make you feel good. But if you heard the real truth of this realm, it wouldn't feel good. So you'd say, I hate that. The idea that this could be a hell realm, well, that doesn't feel good.
I don't even care. These are the kinds of things that fascinate me. These are the kinds of things that make me feel truly alive when I think about them. Lately, I've been trying to navigate this strange paradox of learning how to fully love and accept myself now for who I am in this moment, while also trying to grow into a better version of myself tomorrow. I have always held myself to ridiculously high standards, and whenever I didn't meet those standards, I would really beat myself up about it. I would obsess over every little mistake that I made, every flaw that I had, every awkward interaction. I spent years feeling like I wasn't enough. I became really hyper aware of how other people saw me. I didn't want to be weird. I didn't want to stand out for the wrong reasons. I really started outsourcing my self-worth. I would tie it to things like my appearance, my accomplishments, my relationships, what other people thought of me, whether I was liked, whether I was accepted, whether people approved of me. And you know, it is completely normal to want to be liked, but it really wasn't okay how I let it determine how I viewed myself. I would treat my self-worth like something that could be earned, something that could be gained or lost. And while I've had a lot of experiences over my
All right, now she's going back to her and it's becoming a diary, a girl in a car, and there's so many women in cars making videos. I don't know what it is with you younger women and women that are not younger, middle-aged women, 20 somethings, 30, 40-year-old women, 45-year-old women, women in cars. There's tiggas in cars, there's women in cars. Why are you making all these goddamn videos in your cars? What's up with that? You'll probably never tell me. That's okay. Just keep making your coochie chakra women in car video vlogs or diaries. What's this? How chicken tunnels. Chunnels. Oh, this is interesting. I searched for this earlier. Chickens in tunnels in garden. What is this? Why am I sharing this?
Keeping chickens safe is important, but they also need space to roam. That's where chicken tunnels, or chunnels, come in. This clever setup runs straight across the garden, made of sturdy chicken wire, just wide enough for a single chicken to pass through comfortably. While coops provide shelter, chunnels offer safe exploration.
That's a fancy one. Look how big that is. That's a few chickens wide, 3 or 4 chickens wide, maybe 5 chickens wide. This one. Protecting the chickens from predators.
Protecting chickens from predators like hawks and foxes. But that's not all. These tunnels benefit the garden too. Placed near vegetable beds, chickens naturally pluck out weeds and devour pests, reducing crop damage without chemicals. Plus, their manure enriches the soil, boosting fertility.
Yes, their shit fertilizes your plants. Your vegetables get fed the chicken shit. They just call it manure, but it's shit. Yes.
Over time. With chunnels, you maximize space, protect your flock, and keep your garden thriving.
You know what the cool thing is? I'm going to tell you a secret here. They keep you in tunnels like this. And some of you say, "What do you mean? We're not trapped like these chickens with chicken wire." No, mentally, spiritually. You have tunnel vision. You don't see what's on the sides. They keep you in a tunnel. And someone like me says, "Look at the big picture." And you look like these chickens in a fucking tunnel. You're staring straight ahead in a tunnel. You have tunnel vision. Most of you humans on Earth are in tunnels like this, mentally and spiritually. Tunnel vision, like these chickens. You can't see the whole realm. You can't see the big, you can only see what's in front of you in this tunnel. You have a limited view and you love it. You'll fight me on it. You'll fight me to stay with your tunnel vision. Most of you don't want to expand and broaden your view. You mock me for saying big picture view and look at the big picture and the whole puzzle. You just want your little tunnel vision. A lot of you do. And then when you get really upset, you'll do a Finkelstein and say, "Well, there is no truth here." He'll take his ball and get upset and go home and say, "I'm not playing truth anymore. There's no truth here. You say I am in my car all the time." And that's what you do. You just throw a little fit and you tantrum and you cry like a crybaby and say, "Well, there is no truth then. If I can't figure it out, there is no truth." You remind me of these chickens in a fucking tunnel. You have tunnel vision. You don't have a big picture view. Most of you don't want a big picture view. You get angry at people trying to get you to see a bigger view.
All at once. Keeping chickens safe is important, but they also need space to roam. That's where chicken tunnels, or chunnels, come in.
They're keeping you safe in those tunnels for chickens. You're staying safe in your tunnel, your fucking tunnel vision view of this realm. You're safer in your tunnel. You're like the chickens.
Have you ever seen chickens living in a tunnel? No joke, these chickens actually
That's you. That's you humans.
have their own highway. Farmers build wire mesh tunnels that connect the chicken coop to open grass fields.
You're only allowed to go and look where they let you. You're only allowed to go and look where they fucking let you. And most of you accept it. You say, well, I can't think about that. I can't think about the realm that way. I got to stay in my little chicken tunnel. You're chickens in a tunnel, and you are chickens. You act like chickens. Most of you are too afraid to come on here and have a conversation. You're chicken. You're chickens. This is the perfect metaphor for humans. Chickens in a tunnel. That's you. That's humanity. Tunnel vision. You're scared. You have to be protected from the truth, protected from predators like hawks and fox. It's you. You're only allowed to go where they let you. You're controlled, and you love it. You're safer that way. Stay controlled and safe in your little chicken tunnel.
This clever design keeps the safety of caged farming while giving the birds the freedom of the outdoors. Inside the tunnels, they can walk, peck at grass.
They'll give you a little bit of freedom. You can walk in the tunnel. You can't go outside of it, but you can walk and peck in the tunnel. You can peck at the grass and try to find some insects, grubs, worms, whatever. They'll eat stuff. And that's actually healthier for chickens than feed. So I'm not saying this is bad for the chickens, but you want to live like a chicken? You want to be a chicken? You humans want to be chickens? You want me to treat you like chickens?
Grass and bask in the sun without ruining the land. Even if vegetables are growing nearby, there's no worry about them getting eaten or about chicken droppings all over the yard. The tunnels are easy to move and expand, so farmers can change their layout anytime to give the flock fresh grass to explore. In other words, for these chickens, the co-op is their bedroom, and the tunnel is their...
It's not a co-op, it's a coop. It's AI reading this. It can't read. The co-op. The co-op, the cuckoo, the coochie chakra. It's a chicken coop, not a co-op. It's a coop. It's a coop, not a co-op.
their hallway to the world outside.
It's not a doo-wop, wop, wop, like those 50s songs. The doo-wop. It's a coop, not a coo-op.
They can move freely, explore, and stay safe at the same time. And because they're happier and less stressed, they fight less, get sick less often. Most importantly, the tunnels protect them from hawks, weasels, and other predators, making the farm easier and safer to manage. So what do you think of this design?
Look how it grabs them, just throws them in there, taps them with a stick. They just love these chickens. The chickens get exercise. They do the chicken walk. This is great. So you're cooped up like chickens in a tunnel. You have tunnel vision. You don't want to look at you don't want the big picture. Most of you mock it, mock me, laugh, attack, make videos, say, oh, he's talking about the big picture. It's so funny. Well, this is what you look like to me. Chickens in a fucking tunnel with tunnel vision. Congratulations.
Have you ever seen
Follow the leader. Follow after each other in the tunnel.
chickens living in a tunnel?
There
No
you go,
joke.
human.
These
That's not just chickens. That's humans. That's what you look like.
chickens actually have their
Yeah.
own highway. Farmers build
You humans are amazing. You're chickens in tunnels. I love it. I love it. Chicken tunnels. Tunnel vision for humans.
Hey friends, welcome back to Joyful Homestead. It is a beautiful late winter day, which means a good day for projects.
Look at the hips on her. My goodness.
So we need to be working on and completing a project we've had in the works for quite a while.
Chicken tunnels. I love it. What do you people think? Do you people love this?
Which we've got 3 hens on the eggs right now. Peekaboo! And then you can just kind of see here, where they have this run that obviously used to be grass that they picked off, but there's plenty of room for them. They have a tire they can play with, and then we water them using this barrel, and they can have plenty of water, and we just have to fill it up a couple of times a year. But the main thing with this setup is the chicken tunnels, and that has been the most fun thing for me for a lot of different reasons. Partly, we can kind of have the chickens free range in a protected way. You can see how they're kind of following me wherever I go, and they're protected from predators, which we have hawks. We have our own little family of hawks out here, and they've never had any problems with that. And we've never had any other predators.
Look at this sweet dog coming around, of course, watching what's going on. Looks like a friendly, sweet dog there.
Have hawks. We have our own little family of hawks out here, and they've never had any problems with that. And we've never had any other predators breach this tunnel before. So it's been a really good way to allow them to free range in the garden. One thing that I really think they do a good job at is they take care of any of insects that come in. And then if I find any insects on my crops while I'm out here, I come and give them a little treat. They've had a lot of slug this year. And also, anytime I am weeding, I will throw weeds at them so they can have a little bit of a treat as well. So we have the chicken tunnel that's coming all the way here. And then we also have it going on the other side of the garden. Now, we used to have it where it went 3 sides of the garden, but we ended up just making it 2 sides because this area is pretty large, and we think that's plenty of room for them. As you can see, there's just this little opening here that we cut from. We have a fence here, and then obviously the chicken wire as well, and they can just come in and out. You can see they like pecking the weeds. Another benefit to this is that they're able to keep the edges of the garden very tidy. So that's been a huge benefit as well.
I think it's great. I think it's almost exactly like humans. Tunnel vision. You're in tunnels. You're very controlled. They keep you nice and controlled in this realm. Keep you in the tunnel, looking straight ahead. Don't see the big picture, just have tunnel vision. I've tried to explain tunnel vision for years. Maybe the chicken coops with tunnels is a better way to show you. You're in a tunnel. You're staring straight ahead. You don't want to see the big picture. Most of you on my channel, thousands of you, have made no attempt over the years to see the big picture. So be it. Laugh it off. That's the way you look to me, though. You look like chickens in a tunnel with tunnel vision. So keep laughing at the big picture, but you look like goddamn chickens in a tunnel on someone's lawn. Horrifying moment when a woman plummets into a manhole. It's probably a good idea not to just step right on the edge of a manhole like that. Now, they're not supposed to do that, obviously, but there's a lot of ways to walk around it than walk right on top of it. And she wasn't paying attention, and it looked like it was wobbly and loose. This is in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, it looks like. Loose cover. Frightening video. She plummeted through a loose manhole cover in Brazil. It's very loose. It looked like she stepped on it right there on the edge of it. She stepped on the edge and it went right down. And she fell down. It looked like she smacked her face on the steel manhole cover. And it went right down and went over top of her. She went right down under. And then a bystander, probably a man, they called it a bystander, but I think it was a guy. I think it was a man. You can't say that, though, because that's toxic masculinity and patriarchy. He came rushing over in his helmet. It looks like a guy, not a girl. And he went and he picked up that manhole cover that a girl probably wouldn't be able to lift up because I think those are 90 to 100 pounds, something like that. And then this incident was in Manhattan. Okay, this was not in Brazil. This is in Manhattan. So maintenance is getting worse in our countries because we're hiring Tiggas and migrants and third worlders, and a lot of them don't care to do the job properly. Things are not fastened down and secured and checked, and this is what we're going to end up with. We're going to end up with a lot more stories like this. Injuries or death. And this one was fatal in Manhattan. She had blunt force and thermal injuries because they use steam in Manhattan underground. She got burned. A fall into the superheated steam. Inhalation of the boiling hot steam. Devastating injury. She essentially burned from the inside out, inhaling hot steam into her lungs. The 56-year-old tumbled 10 feet to the open manhole. 52nd Street and 5th Avenue. She was in the hole screaming, "I'm dying, I'm dying. I'm dying, I'm dying." Well, anything can happen in Hell Realm. People love it here, though. It's God's realm, right? It's God's plan. It's God's design. See, you have all these excuses. And a lot of times you don't like me because I break through your excuses and I just tear them to shreds in front of you. And you have no excuses left. The last thing most of you humans on earth want to do is face the truth. You'd rather make a million excuses. You'd never want to face the truth. Most of you on earth are truth dodgers and excuse makers, not truth seekers.
It's June 3rd.
All these mouth noises and gasps. It's June 3rd. It's June 3rd. And this is the shit people watch. You watch shit like this. You do. You watch shit like this.
3 days after my birthday. It's June 3rd. 3 days after my birthday.
3 days after my birthday. It's June 3rd. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds terrible. But I know it's loved by humans. I know that. I know you'll feel sorry and say, "Oh, Steven's racist for saying that," and all this stuff. That's what you do. That's what humans do. You do everything to prevent yourselves from learning. You want to do everything in your power to prevent learning. You want to feel sorry for this Tigga. You don't like my criticism. You this, you that. You'll do everything you can. And you can. And in the end, you'll go to your grave, and all you did was try to avoid looking at the truth. You just get recycled like an empty soda can that somebody tosses in a recycling bin and forgets about it. That's you.
It's June 3rd, 3 days after my birthday. I turned 33 on the 31st of May. How do I feel about it? I'm surprised. I'm surprised I made it to 33.
Suck on your teeth, suck on your lips. People love that. They love these sucking sounds. They love it. I either you love it or most of you don't notice. It doesn't seem to bother most of you. He'll suck on his teeth, he'll suck on his lips.
Looking back at my life, I realized that no matter how smart I tried to be, no matter how careful I tried to be, if there's something that I wouldn't be able to avoid is suffering. I was never able to avoid suffering.
It's all about him. I've said suffering is unavoidable for everyone. It's not just you, Tigga. But they only think of themselves, a small picture. And I present the big picture. And that's what pisses people off. You don't want to look at the big picture. You don't want to think that others suffer beyond you. Most of you don't want to see beyond yourselves. You're like this, Tigga. Most humans on earth don't care about anyone else. They only care about themselves and their suffering. Small picture, self absorbed, tiny, tiny picture. That's what you do.
It didn't matter how careful I was. It didn't matter how smart I was. It didn't matter if I locked myself in my room all day. It didn't matter if I was the kindest person in the world. It didn't matter if I was the most ruthless person in the world. I couldn't avoid suffering. And I've never seen the benefit of suffering. I never wanted to suffer.
I've never seen the benefit of all the small mouth noises, the sucking, the smacking. I've never seen the benefit of all the noises you make. You might as well put your goddamn microphone right in your mouth. That's what it sounds like. Tigga, Tigga, Tigga. I got to take a break from that. It's too much. There's Snow Ho, Arpole, the same losers that are on other channels. They're on Don't Judge Me. They're on Talcots. This is all they do. They sit on these channels and they watch garbage and type in the chats. That's all they do. Some of you can't get that through your heads. You'll disagree and say, oh, come on, Steven. Well, this is all they do. Channel to channel to channel, whatever's on. They're just watching it like TV channels.
That's one of the things that gets me the most. I had playlists that I have been building for years. Now I no longer have access to that. You know, fuck you. Look, little ass hand. Fuck you. Fuck you, YouTube. For deleting that shit. Not letting me have that shit. Makes me mad. Makes me mad.
Emotional loser, an alcoholic that drinks all the time. Low T EBT. As he said on Chalk Body a few years ago when I first saw him, he was rubbing his head with no hat on, going, I need some tea. I need some testosterone. I need some tea. I need some tea. I'm low T. Low T EBT. That's what I nicknamed him. Look at this guy. All they do is cry about themselves. It's all about them. Some of you people gobble up the shit. You don't even notice. It's just self absorbed shit. They have no wisdom. They have nothing to share or teach, and you dummies can't understand it. Some of you lurkers come to my channel year after year. You can't fucking get it. You're too stupid.
I miss the seal. That, and you know, as always, you know, we always say we're so far ahead of the curve that we made the motherfucker flat. And that just goes to show with SEAL Team 666, that shit popped off so hard after I started that series. That storyline has so much going on it. And then, like what I did on OOE, I started a first episode of Apologetics Kayfabe. And look, after I did the first Apologetics Kayfabe episode, that shit popped off. Look at what's going on in the apologetics community right now. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous what's happened in the last while. Oh, Tommy's gone again too, man.
Sounds like he's drunk again. This big nose here. Low TEBT's drunk again. Drunk again. Like the loser. The loser that he is. He gets drunk and goes live. What a fucking loser. What a loser.
This is the first time I've ever done a live like this on the phone on YouTube. It's kind of a throwback back to the Instagram days. I've been trying to get back into Instagram lately. I've been trying to get back into doing the stories. Because my stories be fire on Instagram, to be honest. That's really where I cut my teeth, was doing stories. Doing the stories on the Instagram. I always felt like I had some real fire storylines on the Instagram. Because you can like mix it up. You do a little bit, add in somebody else's little bit, do your little bit, throw in a meme or two. You know, always fire. Always fire. Yeah, no, I still got a house. I'm all right. I'm doing okay. I'm definitely in this retrograde period right now. And I'm not hope is not lost. Let me just say that. I'm definitely in this retrograde period right now. And I know I'm going to come out of it, and I know it's going to be better than ever. I've got a lot of irons in the fire. I've got a lot of perspective things going on, but right now, life is hard right now. Life is difficult right now. But I like the struggle. You know, what's that saying? Is hard times make strong men, or whatever the fuck that shit is, right? Look, I got this big ass head. I got this brain. I got a big old brain up in this bitch. I got this big ass brain up and shit. I'm good. I got it figured out. I ain't worried. I ain't worried. I ain't worried right now, but like, I'm definitely at the point right now where I'm like, man, I really don't want to be struggling anymore right now.
Look at that snow hoe over there typing and typing and typing support for this fucking drunken loser. Pathetic. Let's go back to this Tigga Tigga for a little bit. Maybe we'll have a guest on tonight, maybe not. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not.
If I'm in a situation where I have to choose between suffering and not suffering, I'll choose not suffering. Unless choosing not suffering will cause more suffering in the future. So I will choose suffering for now to prevent future suffering.
Take a farts. Take a farts.
For an example, if it meant that I have to save money and not eat the food that I want to eat,
take a farts. Food
I
that I
would
want.
save money,
The
knowing that
food.
I'm suffering.
He wants the
I'm
food.
not buying the clothes that I want to buy.
Wants
I'm not
lots of
eating
food.
the food that I want to eat.
Food.
But I'm saving money
Food.
so that I can buy something that's going to make my life easier in the future.
Food. He wants the food.
But the truth is, I do not want to suffer.
Oh, come on, Tigga. Come on, Tigga. Tiggas in cars.
Tigers in cars. We are tigers in cars.
Making Tigger sounds. Making YouTube videos. Wishing we had.
Tigger
Tigger hoes.
in cars.
We're in cars.
Tigers in cars.
We feel safe
In our cars.
here in our cars.
We can take a hit up. Chimp out like dumb fox. Sweat and click teeth, bitch and weep.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
We're in cars.
Take up. In cars.
In cars.
In cars.
In cars. We're in cars.
Take us in cars.
YouTube Tibbers.
In cars.
I don't think there's a day
In cars.
that went by without experiencing suffering. I think I suffered every day. Without experiencing suffering. I think I suffered every day. Day that went by without experiencing suffering. I think I suffered every day.
I'm a colonizer. I'm a colonizer. Let's go over here to El Diablo's channel. El Diablo Radio International. This creature has King Stephen derangement syndrome. Now, are you going to watch this? Are you going to like this? I think I left the chat turned on for subscribers of 7 days or longer. But if people don't participate, I'll turn it off again for future premieres, videos. I'll turn it off for everything. I'll turn it off for live streams. And I'm enjoying it now because I don't have to worry about telling people to comment, vote at the polls, like the videos. All that's gone now. If you don't want to support my channel, don't. You'll just be left with shit channels. You can watch Tiggas in Cars. You can watch Low T EBT. You can watch this mushroom creature. You can watch Tony Sayers. There's millions of shit channels. Millions for you to watch. Millions of shit. You can watch all the shit. You can smile away. Get programmed and get your spirit fucked right out of you. Congratulations. That's what you'll end up with. You didn't support what was good, what was real, what was true, what was free. You'll end up with shit. And that's what you get. You think you deserve more, but you don't. You don't support what's good and real and true and free. You support shit. So I don't want you. You don't want to contribute, participate, support what I'm doing? Go the fuck away. Get out of here. Go away. Go watch shit channels. Go watch Hollywood shit movies. Let them program you with evil. You fucking idiots.
He's obviously.
Well, the footage has been released of the murder of 21-year-old Henry Novak in Southampton, UK, and it's worse than anything I could have ever imagined. So let's talk about it.
So let's talk about it, she says. She's got a big puffy hairstyle. Puffy Tigga. Oh, she's getting the views. This is helping her channel. 106,000 views covering his death. 10,000 likes. She has millions of subs. This is what most of you are fit to watch. Most of you are fit to watch this. This is where you belong. You don't belong anywhere near me. Most of you on earth should be watching stuff like her. You're at that level. Mentally, intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually. Most of you are at her level or lower.
Could have ever imagined. So let's talk about it. Yeah, you better. Well, the footage has been released of the murder of 21-year-old Henry Novak in Southampton, UK, and it's worse.
He was 18. She cares so much that she got his age wrong in the first 5 seconds of the video. He's not 21. He was an 18-year-old. He wasn't 21. 18. Now, when Tiggas are shown in incidents, they'll show their childhood pictures when the Tigga's 18 or 20. They'll show them looking 10 years old. But this kid was 18. He wasn't 21. So she cares so much about this white guy that was murdered that she got his age wrong in the first 5 seconds. That's what I notice. Whether you notice or not, I don't know. I don't think most humans notice fuck all at this point. You don't pay attention. You don't observe. You don't care about the truth. You'll say, wasn't he 21? No, he was 18.
Worse than anything I could have ever imagined. So let's talk about it. Yeah, you better.
Oh, here she has a correction. I misspoke on Henry's age. He was 18, not 21. Not sure how I missed that considering I've covered this story before. Yeah.
Yeah, you better. Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe and share this video. This is one that needs to spread. I said this.
So she's telling you to like, subscribe, and share. And people do over there. 10,000 people hit the like button. Because she's a very basic mainstream channel. This is right in the lane of humans. This is in the tunnel vision. This is in the chicken tunnels. And that's what you're good at. You're good at supporting mainstream shit. You don't support things that are deeper. Most of you humans don't want what's deeper. You want surface level chicken tunnel stuff. You do. And here she is, a darkie covering this case. A darkie in America.
The first time we spoke about Henry Novak in just reading the story that was being pushed by the media and presented by the media. Now we have the footage from the police confrontation and altercation that took place on that night. And it is disturbing and vile, quite frankly. Now, for those of you that don't know, this 21-year-old by the name of Henry Novak was killed on his way home after hanging out with friends. He was killed by a Sikh man named Vikram Digwa, who stabbed him with what is called a ceremonial knife, the kirpan, that Sikh men, I guess, wear as a part of their religion. Now, Vikram ended up calling the police on Henry after stabbing him, accusing him of being racist towards him and knocking off his turban. When the police arrive, instead of investigating the situation in its entirety, they handcuff Henry in an attempt to actually arrest him for this racist altercation that they believe took place. Henry is letting them know, I've been stabbed, I cannot breathe. I believe he says that 9 times. And instead of investigating, again, looking to see what's happening, rendering medical aid and care, Henry dies on the ground in handcuffs in this situation. So we have the footage today, and we're going to get into it. And I'm sure you will be just as shocked as I was.
He keeps dropping side to side, so I'm just trying to keep him set up. He's got a mouthful of blood. I don't want him. He was on the bin on the other side of this gate. And he's jumped over these fences and stuff like that. And he's up here. Away, mate. He's obviously fallen from there and he slipped from there. There's other shoes left over there, mate. What's your name, mate? Huh?
Now, you guys let me know if you heard what I heard. I heard the guy, as they arrive, say that there's a lot of blood or something tantamount to that. Let me know if that's what you heard. So if you're a police officer arriving to this situation, you already know there's an injury of some sort, if that's what the guy said.
Has anyone been hurt other than him? Yeah, me. He's grabbed my brother. He's took my turban off, started grabbing my head. Are you injured? Yeah, I've got swollen eye, a little bruise. All right, just step back a little bit for me. Someone flag these down.
So that was Vikram Dikwa saying that my turban has come off. He's knocked my turban off. Now, important to note that it was in fact on and his hair was up. Vikram ends up taking his hair down in between, the police leaving to come to this scene and them arriving to the scene.
Right, let's get you out of there, shall we? Oh.
You just heard him say, I've been stabbed.
I was in bed asleep. Whenever just find out, they left someone to touch me. I can't breathe. Grab his other arm. What's happened to you, right? You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
I need to take a beat. Okay, so you hear them say that you hear him say, I've been stabbed. I'm actually speechless in listening to this. It's so overwhelming to hear. And I don't know how the entire country is not in an uproar over this case. But the police officer responds to him and says, you've been stabbed whereabouts? I don't think you have, mate. With no investigation whatsoever, no checking this guy out whatsoever, saying, I don't think you have, mate. And they're putting his arms behind his back to arrest him as he is literally gurgling out the words, I cannot breathe. I have been stabbed. It's just unbelievable. I'm going to calm myself down as I continue to talk about this.
Hand. I can't breathe. Put the hand in the cuff, mate. Yeah. This is like really times this has happened to us. You've been walking, you park multiple times you've had people racist attacks, nothing happened. He's saying he's been stabbed, so
where
let's
is it
just
you
check
think
him.
you've been stabbed? In the face? Oh no, but we have to check.
You hear the people in the background. He hasn't been stabbed. I don't know why he's saying that. Now, I believe that is Vikram Digwa's family that has been at this scene. Mind you, his mother came, took the ceremonial knife, the kirpan, and she left with it. So she's been arrested subsequent to this entire altercation happening for interfering with this whole situation.
In the face?
Just get these to back off, get their details on that, and I'll keep hold of them. Keep you on your side, mate. Better retrieve then. Saying to him, keeping him on his side. We were set up when we had him here, but he didn't like it. What's your name, mate?
At the moment, you are under arrest. That's for assault, so you do not have to say anything. May harm in defence if you do not mention main questions. So we'll switch you later line of court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence, all right? It's going to be sick, I think.
Trying to speak with his lungs full of blood, telling them he's been stabbed, telling them repeatedly, I can't breathe, and they just can't figure it out. Zombies that are so biased, thinking white man bad, white man did something wrong, he can't be telling us the truth, he must be racist. And the female cop, what's his name, comes on like this is after they'll stand around for 5 minutes and not apply pressure to wounds, not try to stop the bleeding, not try to help them. They do nothing to help them. Nothing. Because they see the white man as bad. He's racist. And not just Henry. They see white men as bad. And not just these cops. It's happening across Great Britain, Canada, and United States where, oh, white men, we're racist, right? And this is what's going to lead to. And eventually, we're not going to take it anymore. And these creeps and freaks that call us racist all the time are going to have a different kind of country.
I just want you to call it.
Yeah, we've got this male. He's just been beat up. Are we able to get an ambulance, please? His pupils aren't even reacting.
Okay. So the reason his pupils weren't responding is because he was dead. He died right there as they were attempting to read him his rights in a situation that they had not fully investigated. And there's so much wrong with this story, which is going to lead to, I think, a much bigger cultural discussion about everything that's happening in the UK right now. And it's led to a lot of outrage, although in my opinion, not enough with this particular case. Why is it that this Sikh man is able to carry a knife or the kirpan, whatever we want to call it, when nobody else in the UK is allowed to do that? Why is he exempt from the law that everybody else has to follow? You have young women who want to carry pepper spray on them in the UK to defend themselves from things like this and things of this nature that end up happening. And they're not even allowed to do that. Yet this guy is allowed to carry a ceremonial blade around his neck. Now, it seems like in the arrest and in everything they're going after him for legally on this, they will be going after him for having carried the blade. But to the best of my knowledge, it seems that this is acceptable to a certain extent and to a certain length for people of this religiously exempt group. How does that make sense? And why is everybody not equal under the law in the UK on issues like this? Another thing is, how did the police show up to this situation and just have it completely fly over their heads that they needed to investigate everything that occurred before placing somebody in handcuffs when they had no knowledge of what had taken place? It seems as though the race card or the racism card trumped a lot of what should have been done in this situation. And they decided, we're just going to follow what we heard from this random guy who called us rather than figuring out what's actually taken place when a young boy is on the ground saying that he has been stabbed and he cannot breathe. Then you hear from the female officer in this video who is sort of meekly making the suggestion that they should look a little bit further, that they should check him out for maybe stab wounds or injuries. She is ignored and doesn't really stand up for what seems to be her position in looking at Henry and checking him for injuries. So many things went wrong here. And now this 21-year-old boy who has a family and had his whole life ahead of him and was a student and who was seemingly a perfectly nice guy, now his life is gone. Now, we've heard from Henry Novak's dad, and he's addressed this situation, and he's addressed the mishandling of this entire situation by police while also holding accountable the murderer, Vikram Digwa, who, I have words for, but let's watch.
Let me be absolutely clear. We hold Vikram Digwa solely and 100% responsible for the brutal murder of our son. But Henry should not have died on the streets of Southampton in police custody. The way he was treated was inhumane and degrading. His murder, however, was afforded decency. He was believed. He was not handcuffed when arrested. He was not handcuffed when transported to the police station. As far as we understand, he was never handcuffed at all. And, as Vikram Digwa himself told the court, whilst under arrest for Henry's murder, police even took him to the kitchen so he could choose his food.
Really interesting, the difference in the treatment there, because they immediately showed up and arrested Henry. Immediately, well, not arrested, but handcuffed him immediately without any investigation. And then when you actually find out that he was in fact stabbed and he dies on the ground, you don't handcuff the guy who did it. And you don't handcuff him transporting him. You take him to the police station and you give him food. And I have to think this is going to lead to a larger cultural discussion about what they're calling, two-tiered policing in the UK, about race and immigration and narratives surrounding the sort of multiculturalism in the UK that are now being exploited by people like Vikram Digwa, who was able to call police and essentially almost, get away with an entire situation by just crying racism. And he ended up being treated way better than the 21-year-old who did nothing wrong and ended up having his life taken away from him. He ended up being slain. So he was able to weaponize an allegation of racism, and it worked in some regard. Now, this is creating an uproar for some people in the UK who I think are recognizing this issue, and they're now taking to the streets to protest. Some of those protests have led to further altercations with police officers. I'll show you some footage here.
That was completely unnecessary. You fucking love, you okay? You right, you okay? You okay? You sure? Shake on it. You right, good. 1 second. Boy, if you don't want to get hit, move there so the cameras up.
And you can hear them screaming, Henry, Henry, Henry. So this, I think this case is representing a turning point in an already ongoing back and forth over these issues. And again, it's the issues of immigration, multiculturalism, two-tiered policing, racial conversations that are happening in the UK that I think have all come together and snowballed leading up to an awful situation like this. And in the wake of this, I've seen conversations about the kirpan, the ceremonial knife that Vikram's wearing. And I'll show you a clip from LBC of a Sikh man discussing this.
For every Sikh to wear and is considered part of their bodily limbs, and there is no detachment from it, as other religions may have certain symbols.
I mean, with respect, this is religious gobbledygook, isn't it? Because it's a bit like Christians defending the practices of the Old Testament. These things are hundreds, in Christian terms, thousands of years old. We're now in 2026, not in 1699.
When 90,000 Sikhs laid their lives for Britain and the Allies in the First and Second World War, and it was mandatory for those Sikh soldiers to wear the kirpan by the British Armed Forces. So it wasn't gobbledygook when Sikhs came here and rebuilt the country and made a huge contribution. So I think we need to look at the context of it in a bigger picture rather than one isolated incident on which one individual has acted and now the whole faith and the whole community is fair game. Sikhi is a way of life. It's not a historical religion or a ritual that people perform and follow. With that belief, you are living and practicing your faith every day of your life. Every breath you take is a concept of that, and it controls your discipline and your lifestyle in terms of what you are doing in your day to day. Are you in control of yourself? Are you in control of your mind? And are you doing good, which is the purpose of why we're here?
Okay. Is the law or is it not the law? That's the question. Do you get to come into a country and say, I'm going to abide by my own rules and my own laws based off of my religion? To me, the answer should be no. The law applies to everybody, or it applies to none at all. And of course, I'm saying this from an American perspective. And an American perspective, I think for many of us, you know, we have guns, knives, all these things going on over here. And I do believe that people should be able to be armed if they so choose to be armed. But we're talking about the UK, where knives are not allowed. So if they're not allowed for the average citizen in the UK, they should not be allowed for these individuals. And I don't understand why there would be some sort of exemption for them on a religious basis, especially if you have situations like this taking place. And at the same time, the UK is importing Sharia law courts and making defenses for heinous crimes by saying that people come from different cultures. You have this situation taking place, and it's hard to separate all of these things. I think they point to a particular cultural, or shall we call it multicultural problem that exists right now in the UK. And a lot of people, I think, are echoing that message right now. So much so that I found this video, and it's a video that I don't expect. And I know some will laugh off and say this is kind of ridiculous, but this is an older woman in the UK saying that she doesn't trust calling the police because she's white.
In my opinion, I feel that the police are now so racist towards anyone white or English, or anyone who even looks like me. I would never dare speak to them to report crime. I would not email them or phone them. I do not trust them not to be racist towards me. And at a residents' meeting on Thursday, I was not able to come here last Thursday because I went to a residence.
The police are anti-white. In Great Britain and in Canada, America, it goes beyond Great Britain. They would believe right where I live, if I were attacked or a white man my age or half my age were attacked by a darkie, they would believe them. I know they would, and most white men here know it too. They know it. There's a knowing, even if people don't speak about it yet. They know that. They know that we're viewed as racist. We're viewed as bad and guilty and colonizers and everything else. People drank the fucking Kool-Aid for decades.
Police meeting, I told the police straight. I will never report crime to you. I will never speak to a police person alone. I do not trust you. You are racist towards the English and white people. And we will not.
Okay. And she says we will not stand for it. Now, do I believe this woman is likely to have an awful encounter with police officers? No, I don't think that that's particularly.
Listen to this. No, she doesn't think so. A lot of us have had awful encounters. You just think, oh, it's the darkies that do. White people are just being paranoid.
We will not stand for it. Now, do I believe this woman is likely to have an awful encounter with police officers? No, I don't think that that's particularly.
I bet most white British people have had awful encounters with cops there. Look at her close her eyes. What do you know, lady? You don't live in Great Britain and you're not white. What the fuck would you know about it?
An awful encounter with police. An awful
English and white people. And we will not.
Okay. And she says we will not stand for it. Now, do I believe this woman is likely to have an awful encounter with police officers? No, I don't think that that's particularly likely. But why is somebody of this demographic who...
I'd ask you, why do you think it's not likely? Why do you make that assumption? What's your basis for saying that, darky?
should obviously be in a position to think that they could call the police at any given time and receive care. And somebody of this demographic who should obviously be in a position to think that they could call the police at any given time and receive care and anything they need, you know, from the police officer to handle the situation that they're in. Receive care and anything they need receive care and anything they need, from the police officer to handle the situation that they're in. Why would she be saying this about UK police? What is going on in the UK right now that so many are echoing this sentiment, even the oldest among you guys?
It's been going on before Henry was murdered. You can't understand because you're a darky. You're keeping it simple in your mind. You don't know.
Who should be just protected, by and large, by who should be just protected, who should be just protected.
She thinks that white people are just protected by cops. This black American believes that. She has no clue.
By and large, by society. That's an interesting question. I think a lot of people in the UK feel the same way that this woman does. I think there's a split right now happening.
She thinks it's just feelings. They feel the same way. Feel the same way. She's just minimizing it to just feelings, that they feel like that older British woman. They just feel that way.
In the country that probably needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed with equality. There's a split right now happening. There's a split right now happening in the country that probably needs.
Who looks at the big picture? Who started this? Who brought in the so-called migrants, the invaders there? Who's behind all of this? They never ask these questions, these great big channels with millions of viewers, millions of subscribers. And neither do most people in the comments.
Needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed with equality, actual equality. The law needs to apply to all. There needs to be retraining for these police officers so they don't hear the word racism or the phrase "he knocked my turban off" and immediately go and attempt to arrest a 21-year-old boy who's been stabbed in the chest. Something needs to be
18-year-old lad, not a 21-year-old. 18. He was a teenager. At 18, you're still literally, as you people like to say, literally a teenager. 18. A teen. 18. At 18 years old, you're not a fully grown man. You're a teenager.
To be done. If a situation like this doesn't bring change, I don't know what does. It doesn't get more gruesome and heinous than this. In the situation that occurred between Vikram Digwa and Henry Novak, the response from police, the subsequent coverage of it by...
What do you mean the situation, the murder that occurred, the stabbing? Why do you call it a situation?
By the media. I mean, there are so many ways in which this went wrong. And as an American, I'm reminded of George Floyd and everything that happened in...
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're reminded of George Floyd. Fuck off. George Floyd was a career criminal. He resisted the cops. Henry was not a criminal. Drawing that comparison is just so fucking insulting. Terrible. Most of you people are so fucked up you can't think. You just can't do it. Can't do it.
Ankles are up and her ears laying back. Well, we would like to get through. It's supper time. I want my window down when she's doing that. We just want to get by, lady.
Not letting us by. Come on, miss. We don't want anything to do with you. Get out of here. We're gone.
Welcome to the video, guys. My name is Chad. This is Open Your Reality. It has been exactly a month, okay, maybe a little more, since I quit my job. And I have to tell you, it's been amazing.
Incredible.
I cut the cord, had no real financial plan. Well, except this channel. And you know what? It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Some of you donated, some of you helped me. But I wanted to make this 1 month kind of update video just to let you know how things are going, what's going on, and I have some big things planned and they're going to be happening today. And I'm talking about Oh, Salvi, you wanna see me be this way. So those are some of the crazy things I do when I'm sitting around. I just make up lyrics and I just try to make these songs, and more on that to come. All right, Chad here from the future breaking in. I just want to take a couple of minutes and let you know that my long-awaited debut album, Varel, is now out. And it is on my Patreon, so if you want to hear it, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. It's $10, that's it, $10 a month. And you can stay for a month and you can listen. And I have at least a dozen songs on here. And I'm just gonna go through them very quickly. And it's not gonna do them justice because you really need to listen to some of these songs in their entirety. But so many of you have been asking, what song is that? What song is this? I make all my own music. All the music you hear on my channel is from me. So I'm gonna play you a bit now, just so you can get a sample. There are some slower songs, there's some faster songs, there's some upbeat songs. And I think everyone is going to enjoy it. So I'm just gonna play a little sampling here. This is the first song here up is Varel, also called Surrender. And I'll just go through them real quickly.
This song gets addicting. Like I have to listen to this song every day. Okay, I'm gonna go fast forward here and see if we can get into the next song, which is "I Don't Buy the Story." Don't call me crazy.
I can't get a signal when I'm standing in my kitchen
This is a rap song. I'll play you like 10 seconds of it.
at night. Flags moving slow like they feel a breeze. In a place they say air don't even breathe. I don't wanna yell, I don't wanna fight. I just wanna know how the math feels right. They tell me don't think it was 50 years ago, but we lost the data and we still don't know.
This is a song about going to the moon, flat earth. So if you're a flat earther, you're definitely going to love this song. The next song up is, oh, Not Real, No Time, Not Here. This is a good one.
Not real, not time, not here, not
here.
So light no.
This is the music people deserve. I think people like this shit. 700 views, 92 likes. You like this shit. People like this shit. This person put at 51 seconds, had to switch off, super cringy.
This way. So those are some of the crazy things I do when I'm
Yeah, Not Real, No Time, Not Here. One of my favorites. I mean, really, they're all my favorites. It's really good. And then here, Relaxing Journey is a super relaxing song. Yeah, Not Real, No Time, Not Here. One of my favorites. I mean, really, they're all my favorites. It's really good. And then here, Relaxing Journey is a super relaxing song. I feel a little bit like, you ever watch those like Time magazine puts out like buy the best of the 60s or 70s? I feel like that guy right now. Come on, how do you get better than Relaxing Journey? So relaxing. Okay, and that's pretty long, that song. Okay, Between the Lines. This is a cool, upbeat song right here, so I'll play a little bit.
He's trying to sell you his music. He's giving you a little taste. You can go buy his shit on Patreon. He's trying to sell you this. You can go buy this shit. You can go give him money right here. Go ahead. I don't care if you do. Why would I care? Most of you are going to pay for shit anyways and screw yourselves, like Mushroom Coyote giving that psycho Derek $1,000. Make yourselves poorer paying demons. Go ahead. Go ahead.
For you. Takes a little bit while to get into it.
They say don't look, just listen.
High quality.
Trust the screen that don't.
I'll go fast forward a little bit.
The truth don't yell, it leans in right here. I don't just couldn't read.
Okay, time keeps moving.
Face feels like it's slightly out of place. Like a build feels like something fragile. If it's false, it still remains.
I'm just gonna move through quicker. This is the Tom Campbell.
So where's his voice singing? He claims it's his music. Where's it? Where's his voice? Well, it doesn't matter. People pay for it anyways. Humans will buy any shit on Earth. They'll pay for shit.
High Entropy Love Song. Those of you who remember from, I don't know, I think it was either early this year or late last year, I put out a tribute to Tom Campbell. I call it the High Entropy Love Song. This is the exact same song.
Gets weird, I don't explode, I lower entropy.
That's the code.
What's the code?
It's kind of like an EDM thing. All right. And next up, we have, well, that's a long song. Okay. No Time, relaxing version. It's pretty cool with the visual effects.
No time, no self.
All right, up next, what we got? Yeah, I think that song's about 7 minutes. Nothing here is the same.
Drifting through a silent frame. Nothing here is quite the same. Echoes bend but never break.
Good song.
Song no beginning, no end. Just a question again. Floating far out of time. Is this yours or is it mine?
Is this what you like? Is this what you people like? Let's go over here and play some of my music. Hit it.
Do you love the liars? Do you love the evil?
The evil,
The evil.
the evil.
Demons, creepy creatures.
Do you love,
The cockroaches.
do you love?
The monsters. The false gods above.
Do you look up and break your neck?
Do you love the sewers?
Do you love?
The filth? The disease?
Hello, Wendy. Hello.
Good morning, Stephen. Hello.
Good morning. I was showing
Your
some of the
music.
darkies.
Oh, okay.
You see on the screen, let's see here. Some of them were on here at one point. There's the Gingies, there's the redheaded zombies on fire. There's some redheads, there's some Orientals in there. I know they hate that term these days. They would say that there's some darkies right there. Darky zombies.
Very dark.
Very dark, and I was showing that because Chad is selling his what he calls music. It doesn't seem to be him singing, but
Oh, it's awful.
I had to play this in response because I
Oh.
can't believe that he's selling that on Patreon, but I guess he's giving people a sample, a few seconds, and then he's going to sell his songs on Patreon.
Oh, I heard a few bits of that of his before yours came on. It sounded like someone with a, like menstrual cramps and or about to. It was awful. It's like, oh, like a camel with diarrhea. It was just awful.
I thought it was maybe Jack Talcott grabbing his cat by the tail or something. It was like, what is this? Is that somebody harming a poor cat, an alley cat? What is going on here? And he's complimenting himself, saying, "Oh, this is so good." The guy's sitting there going, "Oh, they're all my favorite." He said about his. They're all his favorite. They're so good. High quality, he said at one point. He was playing it. He said, "High quality." He's selling this garbage, and people just love it.
Oh,
Oh, what a realm we live in. How are you
well,
doing this morning or today, Wendy?
I'm great. I'm up early and I've just come out because everyone's asleep still. So I thought I'd come and hop on, and I've been typing some comments and that, and you are like Niagara Falls with what you do. You're unstoppable, and I mean it's all wonderful. And so I was just doing some comments, and then I thought I'll just pop on quickly. I don't want to keep you too long because I know you've got things to do today. So. Um,
Yeah, I saw some of your comments. I was clicking on and giving them hearts when I noticed from maybe an hour ago or something. You were commenting on some of the posts and videos. I appreciate it. A lot of people really don't comment anymore. There's so much fewer comments today in this week in the last few weeks or months. People used to leave tons more comments a year or 2 years ago. It's night and day. It just seems like the deeper that I go into things and the more that I go into detail covering this realm, the less people are interested. It's like they get bored with truth, bored with, I don't know, it's like they migrate to watching maybe movies or something, or maybe people are returning to what they were doing before they found truth channels like mine. They're going back to Hollywood or something. It's very strange. Do you
It
have
is
any thoughts
strange.
on what might be happening with them?
Well, there's that, and it doesn't take that long to put a comment down, and it doesn't have to be an essay either. And if I can manage to do it, then others can as well. And this, I mean, Anthony can't see much, so and he still manages to comment. So if he can put like 10 comments a month or whatever he's doing, then it means other people could do 100. So that's the way I look at it. You know,
Yeah.
so the fact for him it's a huge effort. You know, whereas everyone else could put a comment in every day. It's not going to hurt them much. It's it's only a few minutes if you listen and type. And I was
That's
thinking,
true.
you put so much time into providing putting out information, like having the post section, just monitoring that and the reading the comments and having to doing hearts and that, because most people don't look at their comments, and you actually take the time to go through it. So if you didn't have the comments on, you wouldn't have to spend time on that. It's like the more you put out there, the less appreciation you get because people take you for granted. And
Yes.
it gets to a stage, doesn't matter how big your shoulders are and how caring, and there's just other things you need to do with your life, and you've got loved ones that could use that time, and would you'd have more fun and they'd appreciate it. I wouldn't have done as much as you have for as long as you have, you know, with all the threats and everything that you've received. I would have switched things off, like the Notes of Materiality closed his videos down over a year ago and hasn't put them back up. And I'm guessing he was just getting flack, but he wouldn't have been getting it on the level that you are. So that's what an ordinary person is doing, is they're sort of just disappearing completely. So it's just a testament to who you are, and but even that, it gets to a stage when you have to draw a line, and if YouTube's not going to be the place, then there's so many other things that you could be doing: music, books, audios, voice work, painting, and all the other hobbies you have, and new hobbies that you might want to take up that you could have, if you'd started them, like with your keyboard. If you'd started that 2 years ago, you'd be writing your own concertos and symphonies by now.
I don't know about that, but I would be hoping to at least compose some music and do something. But yeah, it's just, it's frustrating, but it's also fascinating in a way. it shows human behavior to me, that there are so many that in this realm that take you for granted. And I do think it's a human thing. I think it's a design feature of Hell Realm. It looks like we have another guest. Nick is here.
Oh,
Hello, Nick. Hello.
Hey, Stephen, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Hey, Wendy.
hello, Nick. Nice to hear you.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here. It's good to have two
Thanks.
guests on. How are you, how was your what time is it there, Nick? How's your day or night going?
It's been a busy day. It's 3:50 p.m. in the afternoon, and I will have to leave shortly, probably in half an hour to an hour. Just got to pick up my girlfriend, but I just wanted to pop on and join the best show in hell.
Yahoo!
Thank you
It
for
is.
coming on. This is a pleasure. It's great to have you here.
Oh, you're welcome. It's my pleasure as well.
Afternoon there, and here I am at 1:50 a.m. right now where I'm at.
Yeah, you're up at all hours.
Yeah, exactly. And I live streamed last night all night, and then I slept during the day, but I can't do that today because I have some appointments and things to go to and stuff to do. But I do that once in a while. I'll stay up all night. I'll pull an all-nighter. And last night I had. Did you hear this show last night with? I think you did with Wendy and RI.
Yeah, most of it. Yeah, I did. They were great conversations.
Yeah, that was a great show. So, what are your thoughts on? Did you hear any earlier with Chad's music that he was trying to sell?
No, I just missed that. But
Okay.
It sounds like a camel having a problem with its digestive system. Nick, you didn't miss anything. It's really bad.
We were trying to figure out what it sounded like. Yeah, we were trying to determine what this guy's trying to do, but it's all for sale. He's using Patreon. He's giving people a little sampler on YouTube, like 10 seconds or so per song, and then he's advertising you can buy these on Patreon. Like he's a record salesman or something. This Chad from Open Your Reality.
We got. Yeah, I think the song's about 7 minutes. Nothing here is the same.
Drifting through a silent frame. Nothing here is quite the same. Echoes bend but never break.
Good song.
Song no beginning, no end.
I think he's creating a new genre of music. Oh, Nick is back. I didn't realize he got kicked off somehow. Did you hear any of that, Nick?
Yeah, that sounded terrible. Sorry, the restream, it just completely crashed. So I just had to go back in. I don't know what happened. But yeah,
No
that would be
problem.
trash. Not surprised at all. It's from an ordinary, creepy, lying creature.
I think he's trying to create a new genre of music though, called schnoz music. His schnoz is a new instrument. He's created a new instrument for making music. It's not through his mouth or his vocal cords. It's all of the schnoz. Look at the size of that schnoz on him. I mean, it's incredible. This guy's got a beak on him. Oh my goodness. How can his fans not notice that? How can they not say anything about this guy?
Oh, it's huge. And you said he had work done as well?
He had work done on what?
You said he's had plastic surgery as well, or am I wrong on that
This
one?
guy, I don't know if this guy has had
Chad.
plastic surgery, but if he had a nose reduction, he should get his money back for a rhinoplasty.
Oh, wow, it's huge. Yeah, that is huge.
He's still a rhino. I mean, look at this guy. He's an anteater. One look, you could tell that guy's a tiny hat. There's no way that that guy's European. His nose is bigger than Europe.
Absolutely. You could just run all the way across it into the recycling bin.
Yeah. I wonder if people would say that he's white, though. That's how screwed up a lot of people are on YouTube.
Yeah.
You ever notice that? How certain groups will say, oh, well, they look white. It's like, that guy does not look European at all. Nothing about him looks, even besides the schnoz, just his features. There's nothing about him that comes across as European. Uh-oh, Nick got bumped again.
Oh.
He might have crashed. Here's the ant. He'll be back, I'm sure. Here's the anteater. I thought
Yeah.
this was his mother, Wendy. I thought this was Chad's mom. Look at the schnoz. It looks just like him. I mean, there's the nose there. There's the mother.
Identical. Yes. Oh. Oh.
Oh gosh, isn't that
I had
crazy?
to mute myself, and you said bigger than Europe, and I was like, there's
He's
no.
got the schnozziest schnoz. It
Oh.
is bigger than Europe.
Yeah.
If you look at a map of Italy, the way that the Italy's shaped, I mean, his nose would just cover up Italy, wouldn't it?
A perfect fit, like a stocking over a foot.
And people are watching this guy. It's incredible. I hope Nick comes back. Maybe his computer or phone crashed or restream or something. But yeah, it's. I call this guy the anteater nose because I think that's the closest thing that comes by comparison. And then Flow State, that guy that I call Taylor Swift sometimes, he has a big schnoz as well. I didn't realize until recently. Because I don't really watch his show, but he turned his head to the side, and I was like, "My goodness, he's got a sailboat sail. He has a big mountain on his face. He's got a Finkelstein schnoz as well. It's almost the size of this. If I load up the
Yeah.
Taylor Swift, here's Taylor Swift. Look at this. I think he's a tiny hat. I think
It
this
looks
guy's a
like
rabbi.
Totally. That's a honker, and that profile is very distinctive. There's only one bunch that have that. So, and
And
also
he's got the dark, beady little eyes. Like I call them the squirrely eyes. They look like a
Yeah.
squirrel's eyes. And a lot
Yeah.
of those tiny hats have that in America. I've never been to Israel or any of those places, any of those dumps in the desert, but I've seen American Jews and Canadians, and they have this look about them. They have the big honker, but they have the eyes. The eyes have this look to them. It's like it's kind of a sneaky snake look in the eyes and a beady-eyed look like it's
a rat.
it's an animalistic rat look. Yeah, it's like a rat or a squirrel or some kind of rodent. They don't look like Europeans. And some people say, "Oh, it's just the nose." Well, even if he got a nose job, he still doesn't look European. He's got a sneaky look about his eyes and just a squirrely look.
He just looks dirty as well, and always the strange lighting, that red room, and the red bricks, very
Yes.
suspicious.
Yes, welcome back, Nick.
Thank you. Sorry about this. This is the last time. If it crashes again, I'll just leave it for today.
No problem. It might be memory. It could be if you have a lot of tabs open, because Restream, I guess, uses a lot of memory. I don't know if it's that or something else, but it's a possibility. We were just discussing this Taylor Swift schnoz. He looks like a rabbi, this guy.
He does. He does.
He's got these little beady, squirrely eyes to him, like they look like a rat's eyes or something. He's a
Yeah,
greedy
he's so of this realm, just so after the shekels, and he's got the look. He behaves that way. He's gross.
He is gross. And Wendy said he looks dirty, filthy.
Yep, agreed.
And he always does. It's not just this screenshot. I could screenshot or play a live of his of any given day. He has that filthy look to him, like he's just nasty, and his aura is dirty, not just his body. Like It looks like his face is dirty in this screenshot, but it's like his aura is dirty. There's something about his being, his essence that's just filthy. He's a greedy grifter, and Wendy mentioned the red light. He has a red light, a red room, lighting up these red bricks, which of course is masonry. And why would he do that? Why would he have that as his backdrop? It's just intentional.
Exactly. Yeah, they've all got this aura, this dirty, filthy aura, like Landry, Jack. So many of them, just gross, just like the realm.
Yes.
Exactly. That's why I've said at times we should, if this were a good realm, or if we were, in a sense, in power or allowed to clean up this place, we could just run them through those big truck car washes where they put 18-wheelers through, and just roll them through there, and have somebody, maybe some migrants, spray them down with soap and power wash them. Landry and this guy, 'cause they're just filthy dirty. I mean, look at these things. Maybe somebody strap him down and shave his face. He's got like a skunk beard with the white or the gray, and then the dark, and just that big honking schnoz. I don't think there's any way that he's European. He might have 1% European in him, but the rest of him is not European.
Yeah.
He's like a greedy merchant, Shekels lover. His behavior fits perfectly. He'll do anything for $1. He'll do anything for $20. He's just sickening. He's gross.
Yes, there's no amount of showers to make them clean because their aura's so filthy. So even when they straight out of the shower or wash their hair, they're still gross.
Yep, that's true. And this guy, I don't know if you guys have seen, but this guy kisses up to the darkies like nobody's business. It's just unbelievable how much he kisses up to anyone black on his show or any live stream he goes on. He just kisses up to the darkies, and it totally reminds me of the tiny hats that are anti-white, and they kiss up to the darkies. He's kicked me off his show a year or two ago, the first time I was there, and I said the word Negro, not the, as they'd say, hard R, hard R. I just said Negro, and I was kicked off immediately. But their black guests can say all kinds of anti-white, disgusting things, and he just applauds, or he pretends he doesn't hear it. He's so biased and anti-white. It just reminds me of the Israeli tiny hats.
Yeah. He's pushing that because he is one. There's no ways you'd put up with you'd put up with the tigs and sidle up to them and allow that and be so anti-white.
That brings up something. What do you both think? Do you think that it's spiritual that tiny hats have a hatred for white people? Do you think there might be?
Yes.
Looks like Nick got kicked off or booted again or crashed. Oh, damn. You do think
I
it's spiritual that these
Yes,
tiny hats have hatred for white people?
I do. And your latest esoterica, where you said another truth bomb, that everything is downstream from spirit. I've been thinking about the different races and how they keep targeting, like let's say German people. They keep targeting the species that's got the most purity and the most creativity and the inventions, the builders, the caring, the kind, the helpful. And you'd only target those out of envy, and it's a spiritual envy that they have. So whatever species they are envious outside of this realm. And it's like they're in this realm, they're able to enact their sort of vengeance, and only because they're given tools and power that they don't have on the outside. So inside, they get to play the bully because we've had our spiritual powers dampened down, or I don't know if it's the firewall that's doing it or what's doing it, but they're only able to do it because they've got help and they're doing it out of pure envy on a spiritual level.
Yes, I agree with what you said, Wendy, and it makes sense. Because when you think about it, when you put it that way, for the listeners that might be tuned in thinking, if they don't agree, then what would make sense? If what Wendy said isn't correct, then what makes sense? Why would they target us out of any other reason than envy, spiritual envy? Especially the Germans have been hammered even before World War One, but during World War One and then post World War One, the Treaty of Versailles, it hammered Germany. They wanted to punish them economically. Then they did the same thing to them with World War Two. They hammered them with sanctions. They hammered them with reparations to the tiny hats. They vilified them as though Germans were all Nazis, and they raped the German women, and they did everything to beat them down and to try to destroy them spiritually, not just physically. I mean, they massacred them physically. The POW Germans were left in the Eisenhower fields to starve in the muddy fields and cold, to freeze to death and to starve to death. And then the German women, like, they did everything to attack, to break the spirit of the German people
Yeah.
and Aryan people, Aryan overall, not just German, but Germany. The Germans were especially targeted in the last century, the first part of the last century, and even in the 1800s before World War One. They've had a special hatred for them. We'll say, put it that way, and it is envy driven, spiritually driven.
It makes absolute sense what you've said. And when you put out a new gem of the spiritual truth, it's shocking, but it's so accurate. It fits perfectly like a glove, and it's like, yes, that it explains even more, and it's just so much bigger than what we see going on, in our what's going on here.
I can give you one of my secrets, Wendy. I don't try to force things to fit. I don't try to force pieces to fit that don't fit. I see something, and if it fits, then I'll make a video about it. But I won't try to force a square peg into a round hole or puzzle pieces to fit together that don't fit. I'm really trying to share truth that makes sense. Whereas other channels, I don't think do that. Because if you notice on other channels, lots of them for years will vilify Germans, Nazis, as one example. They'll vilify South Africans. They'll feed people the mainstream narrative lies. So they're really not truth channels. So that's the difference. I'm not going to sit here and say apartheid was evil and South Africans used to be evil people. And now, like, I've never done that. I'm not going to sit here and say the Germans were evil and look what they did and spew the nonsense that we were taught in Canadian high schools, because I know better. But other channels that call themselves truth channels spew the mainstream lies constantly, and they call themselves truthers. And they've never even looked into the topics. They've never examined apartheid South Africa. They've never done even a cursory look. They've never looked at World War II and said to themselves, did that really happen? Why are we vilifying German people? Why are we just repeating what the evil liars of this realm put into textbooks? So they're not real truth seekers. They're not detectives. They're not looking at things saying, they lied to us. What's the real truth? They lied to us about NASA. Marie Uber, when I covered her channel 2 or 3 years ago, was pushing the NASA secret space program and Nazis and just all the mainstream garbage. And she calls herself a psychic. Well, if she's a psychic, how is she so blind? I don't call myself a psychic, but I can see far more truth than she's ever put on her channel. And that's the thing, that people should be able to notice the difference. And it's so key. If you can't notice the difference, the people are basically screwed. If they're looking at my channel and looking at that saying, she's a truther, you're a truther, I don't see the difference, I can't help those beings. Because they're looking at reality in ways that I can't even fathom. I don't know what they're doing. They might as well be looking at the picture in the screen of Finkelstein and saying he has the smallest little bunny nose ever. I mean, he doesn't. It's a big schnoz on the screen. And they must be looking at a different reality, or they must be so dishonest and such evil liars, because my channel is not the same as these ones that are pushing mainstream lies. That we went to the moon, we're going to land on Mars, or there's a secret colony on the moon or Mars. You can't land on lights in the sky. There's no proof that those are terra firma that someone could stand on or land a craft on, or a dune buggy at all. We have zero proof of that. And then you have these channels like Man Marie Uber, the blonde with the big hands, pushing it, and lots of others. Tons of them push this garbage. And almost all these so-called truther channels vilify German people. And people don't even notice that. They've never even looked into that, and they're pushing mainstream garbage. How can people trust them with freedom or spiritual freedom for eternity if they're vilifying German people, the same as the newspapers, magazines, and textbooks do? Oh, it looks like Wendy got disconnected. Oh, damn. Hopefully she comes back on. Hopefully Wendy's able to reconnect. Something must have happened. What I was getting at is these channels, the difference should be striking to people. They should look and say, well, Stephen doesn't push the mainstream lie narrative that Germans bad, Germans did this. You know what I'm getting at? But almost all these other channels do. So you should have to wonder, not just the difference, but you should look at it and go, why would they be pushing that lie? And if they're trustworthy so-called truth channels, how can you trust them with your spiritual freedom for eternity if they can't even look at World War II and see that what we were taught is all lies? With the world wars, with the Cold War, with all the stuff that I've gone into over the years, I've shown how fake the Cold War is, that it was a setup, a Freemasonic setup with them shaking hands, Churchill, Roosevelt, Stalin, a three-way Freemasonic handshake. They made it as obvious as they could, posing for pictures. I mean, they just put it right in not in our faces, we weren't alive, but our ancestors, our grandparents, they put it right in their face. But you also have to remember, our ancestors didn't have the internet back then. They had limited media. They would just be shown pictures in a magazine, or maybe a newsreel at the cinema at a movie or something. They had limited information. They weren't shown a lot. So that's the thing. We can't just fault them and say, well, how'd they get scammed in 1940 or 41 or whatever? Well, they didn't have the access to be able to look at things and look into Freemasonry and go, that handshake, that three-way handshake with those three creatures looks the same as the ones in Freemasonic Lodge pictures. We have tools that are at our disposal these days that they didn't have. So I don't want people to fault your grandparents and your parents. It would be easy to do that, and it's not correct to just say, well, they were idiots, they were duped. They didn't have the access to things that we have today. Now, not all of them were duped by the Cold War. Not all of them were duped by Martin Luther King Jr. either, for example. Some of them were alive and knew at the time there's something very strange about Martin Luther King Jr. Why is he so famous? Why is he all over the media? It was suspicious. Because he was propped up by media, or you don't become famous. So some people say he stood up to the system, was a rebel. The system embraced him, or he'd never be famous. You'd never know his name today. None of us would. Okay? That's how it works. They prop up these false heroes and false leaders. There's Stalin with the hidden hand. So there's Exhibit A, we could say. The hidden hand of Freemasonry, secret society. The hidden hand rules the world. They put their hand inside their jacket that way. And it's a symbol for the hidden hand rules the world. Now, look at these two buddies, drinking buddies. Happy as could be. Look how happy they are. Do they look like enemies? Do they look like they're about to become enemies? It's a big joke to them. They love deceiving the masses. And they also love showing you. They don't just deceive you. They show you. They rub your noses in it. They put it people's faces. They take pictures and make them public. They make sure that you see it. That's what they do. These are all publicly available, by the way. You can do a search for these and find them. So there they are, partying away. A little bit odd, isn't it? That soon after they were in a Cold War for 50 years or more. A little bit strange, you might say. Oh, good. Wendy's back.
Sorry,
Hello, Wendy.
sorry, Stephen. I'm back. Please continue where you were.
Oh, welcome back. No
Oh,
problem. I just love that the way it's set up now. I know it's you because no one else can get that link.
exactly. That's so
So
peaceful.
it's nicer. Yeah, it's peaceful where I don't have to guess. Is it someone pretending? Is it Nolan using Wendy's name, which he did before? He used your name. He used various names trying to get on here over the last year or so that he's been around. But I was just saying that a lot of these channels on YouTube, I call them shit channels and shill channels and Team Evil channels, but others believe they're truth channels. They're almost always for the mainstream narrative when it comes to Germans bad, Germans evil. Almost all of them just the differences should be striking to people where if they can't even see through what was done with the false history of World War II and the propaganda, how can people trust them with their spiritual freedom? They can't even trust them to look into World War II.
exactly. And just looking at the German people, if you, well, at least if you went to visit like 30 years ago, fine, upstanding, hardworking, clean, honorable, on time, beautiful, clean cities. How would you never question what they, what they're like and compare what they've done to other places in the world? I mean, that simple saying about you have to pick apples from an apple tree. Well, how could a race that's bad do such beautiful things? It doesn't make any sense at all. So there is lots of evidence, and as you said, you don't make things fit, and I'm going to have to chew over that a bit more. That's another nugget that you dropped earlier. So I've just saved that at the back of my mind to think about when I'm not listening to you right now. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Wendy. I would say a good way to look at it is I'm trying to put the puzzle together to make the picture come into view. So I'm not going to take puzzle pieces if somebody throws puzzle pieces onto my table and says, make this fit. Well, it doesn't fit. So I'm not going to try to force it. If it doesn't fit the puzzle, it doesn't fit. Because there's a lot out there that's misinformation, lies, that simply does not fit, that these channels push like the fake space program. Well, where's the evidence? No one's ever heard me say that there's a secret space program that NASA has where they're actually going to Mars and they're traveling to other planets, as they would say. On other channels, they would call them planets, like Man Marie Uber and other channels would say, well, they're going there and it's secret. I've never said that because there's no evidence. That would be me trying to make a piece fit into my model that doesn't fit, and I don't do that. I make sure that it fits and works and puts part of the puzzle together and forms more of the picture and makes sense before I put it onto my channel and tell people. Unless the only time, and it wouldn't be a piece that doesn't fit, it would be me speculating, and I'll mention I'm speculating about this. I'll say I don't have hard evidence, but I suspect or I'm speculating that outside of the matrix is more like the void. There's no time. It's timeless. Now, I'm not outside of the matrix right now to experience that and say firsthand experience, but I have vague memories of before being here and it was timeless. And I've been out of body and it's timeless certain places, even within the matrix. But on this level, we have time, which is a construct. So I've said in the past, I don't have hard evidence that you can measure and observe, but I do suspect, strongly suspect, that once we're free outside of the walls, we'll say, or force field of the matrix, that it's timeless. Just like in the void, it feels very timeless. And you could be in the void, it could seem like you're there forever. And on Earth, seconds went by, minutes, hours, days, you could be in a coma, a year could go by. But in that void, it's timeless. And I think that's more like what it's like outside of the matrix. I'm not saying the void's the same thing. I'm saying the void that people speak of is in the matrix. But outside of the matrix, I think it's timeless, very similar to that void, a timeless space. And then I think that time has been created here artificially as a construct, and that we naturally, as spiritual beings, are supposed to live in a timeless place, not with this time over us, which is a control mechanism. And I just want to touch on, hopefully I'm not rambling, I want to touch on this. I showed this image. This is the celebration of people that just can't believe that they were friends, but there's lots of massive proof of photos that they were best of buddies and celebrating, and they set up the whole Cold War. It was fake. They're doing a three-way Freemasonic handshake. The leaders of, there's Stalin and Roosevelt and Churchill. And it's so obvious when you look into it that the whole Cold War was fake. The whole thing was set up even before the end of World War II. They were preparing for, we're going to dupe them again for decades with the Cold War and have people living in fear. These psychos love to have people living in fear.
That photo's been staged with a photographer. I mean, that's another clue as well, because you don't just stand outside with doing that handshake.
Absolutely. It completely staged with a professional photographer right on the spot. And this as well, it wasn't just someone there with a little disposable camera, because they didn't even exist in 1940, or they didn't have them. So it's right there. It's set up to be taken to show us. So some people would say, well, why would they allow that? That's part of the game for them, to show us, to rub our noses in it. And some people can't fathom. They'll say, wouldn't they get tired of mocking us and the dupers delight? I think these types of spirits feed off of it. So maybe some humans would say, well, wouldn't they get bored? I don't think they do get bored of doing this. I think they could do this lifetime after lifetime. For them, it's like alcohol and candy, and it's a rush and it's a thrill to laugh and fool us, because they love it. It's fun for them to fool us, even if millions die, tens of millions in World War II, and they're laughing it up. So they're not like us. They're showing us with how happy they are. They're laughing it up, saying we duped them with World War II, and now we're going to do the handshake like we're buddies, and then we're going to do a rug pull and say we're enemies now. And they'll believe anything. The masses will believe anything we tell them. We'll tell them that we got together to win, to defeat the Nazis, the bad guys, and now we're going to be at war, in a Cold War, a different kind of war, a Cold War for 50 years, and we'll dupe them again. And they love it. You can see by their faces. These entities, they love doing that. So for them, it might be duping us and showing us might be that like them candy for a child. They just get a sugar rush, like eating a whole bunch of candy, not just a little sweet, but a whole bunch of candy, just a big bag full. That's what it's like for them. It looks like that to me. They just love it.
It does look like they love it. And if you have everything in life, what are you going to do for entertainment? Because when you don't have, if you're money obsessed, you keep dreaming about a new car or a yacht or whatever. But when you own it and know you'll always own it, then you have to come up with other things for entertainment.
Yes, I think that's part of it. Part of it is depravity, where they thrive on power, control, playing games because they do have whatever given to them, like Churchill and Stalin, and Stalin obviously didn't live the way that the regular communist proletariat people lived. He lived a fancy life, and they get a real thrill and excitement of fooling people and also massacring. They're psychopaths. So when they can pull off wars where millions of men, it's a bloodbath ritual where they know millions will die and that the war doesn't have to happen. They're doing it on purpose. They rejected peace offer after peace offer after peace offer over and over and over again. The ones in those pictures wanted the war. And then they warp it. They reverse it, saying, no, that AH character, the guy with the funny mustache, that it's all his fault. He wanted the war and the Germans wanted the war. That's how they teach the people. They'll say, us British people, we didn't want to go to war. But Churchill was offered many, many peace offers. He wanted war. And he's viewed as a hero, and he was a psychopath. So was Stalin. So are all the American presidents. And that's what they do. They reverse things. And they have people's minds so screwed up that when people hear me say these three are evil and they duped you, they'll say Stephen's evil. King Stephen's evil. He's lying to us about history. We weren't taught that in school. King Stephen's evil. He's trying to dupe us. And that's the minds of the masses. They're completely warped. They can't face that they've been duped, and I'm telling them the truth.
Duped and attacking the one who just shares the information. You didn't create any of these things, and it just fits this realm perfectly that you then make an education system to indoctrinate children and the complete opposite, and make them have white guilt and be ashamed when there's nothing to be ashamed of. It was all just lies, and it's a spiritual. It's taking that, like, it's weakening the spiritual spine and attacking what's good and pure, and it's really a crime so bad that the justice that will be served, no holds barred and nothing is off the table. Let's put it that way.
Yes, it's a demonic system of inversion where they guilt the ones that were not evil, and the evil ones get away with it. At least so far. They haven't faced justice. And they get praised as the heroes, as the victors, and they have it all upside down, but it fits this realm. World War II is an example, a perfect example, prime example of how this realm actually works. They vilify the ones that are innocent, just like with Henry being stabbed. They vilified him. They put him in handcuffs and were accusing him. That's what this realm does. And these examples are shown, like they're right there for people to see. I experienced it, not the vilification obviously to the degree of the German people and the abuse, but in elementary school, when I would challenge the teachers, there were children my age in the class that would support the teacher. and think that I was bad for challenging the teacher or saying they're wrong about something or even suggesting there's another way to solve this math problem that works. This is the way I do it when it comes to, let's say, long division or something like that. They think, "Oh, you're bad." Like that point, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, they'd already been, or maybe they were born that way. I don't know. Maybe their spirit is that way, where they just are a follower and they want to follow the perceived authority figure. And most people are that way with history. They read it in a history book. They were shown in class the bones and the bulldozers, and they don't even know whether those were tiny hats or how they got to be skeletons. They're just shown and told this is what happened. And people nod their heads and believe. They're followers. They don't question. There's very few in this realm that question. When I was much younger, decades ago, I knew about what happened and how they duped the masses with World War II. But I actually wept when I hit me really deeply when I thought, and I was alone in private, but when I thought about how the German people have been vilified all this time, generations now, going back to the 1930s, 1940, and all that have lived since then have been vilified as evil, and they're Nazis, and look what they did. And all this false guilt has been heaped on children. It made me weep, thinking it's just awful what has been done to them, the false guilt. And then they put white guilt not just on Germans, but on all of us in Canada, United States, Great Britain, including what they call the Allies. We've all been guilted as, oh, you're evil for racism. You're evil for slavery. You white people didn't end slavery. You created it. You're the only ones that enslaved. We're guilted for everything, and it's all a lie, all of it. Just like what they did to the Germans. They've done that now with white people worldwide, with children, guilting all white children everywhere on earth as though they're all evil and guilty for what? For living, for being white, for being of European heritage, European stock, European genetics. They're guilty by birth, essentially, just for living, just for existing. They're guilted. And that's why I wrote that song about no white guilt. Because it's a spiritual crime against white people, whether they're children, adults, elderly. It's a crime against all of us.
It is a crime, and that song should be played every day in every school around the whole realm so that white children can realize the truth, and other ones should be respectful and appreciative. And what you've just been saying, if you could make a note of the timestamp, because I think you could save that for Odyssey. Really powerful. I think it should be kept, not lost on YouTube.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes, I will. It's right around 3 hours, almost 3 minutes. So just a little over 3 hours.
The
Is
magical
when,
three.
yeah, the three's there again, of course. I would love it if that would be fantastic if they would play my song or a song. If it's not about ego, but I'd love for children to understand they're not guilty. They're not. It's evil for these creatures, whether they're teachers, the school system, the whole educational system, the whole culture, to guilt them is evil. It's wrong. It's a crime. They should be proud of who they are, proud of their ancestors, proud of the inventors, the explorers, the artists, the writers, the poets, the songwriters, musicians, you name it. The libraries we've built, the museums, the art and culture, classical music, symphonies, ballets, everything we've done is actually much better and higher, spiritually higher, of a higher caliber and class than anyone else. I defy anyone to come on here, not just tonight, like some other live stream, and if they want to debate me on that, what is higher than what we've done in terms of art and culture? They claim, oh, white people have no culture. No, we have the best culture, not no culture, the best. And I don't apologize for saying that. I don't hesitate. I'm not like, oh, well, maybe we're pretty good. No, we have the best. That's observably true. And everyone deep down knows it, including other races. They know that. They try to copy us and steal from us. But who else is playing piano music and symphonies and symphony halls, music halls, and ballet and everything we've done? They'll say white people can't dance. Well, what about ballet? And what about all the other dances we've invented? Ballroom dancing. I don't see them doing ballroom dancing in Liberia. Do you ever see them? The Tigers doing
Never.
on dirt doing ballroom dancing? I mean, it's
Never.
just it's
Just butt
ridiculous.
shaking. Yeah, and
So
grunting.
they'll say, well, we brought the culture. We don't need Tigers barefoot dancing around at a ghetto graduation or twerking. That's all they can do. That's their dance. But look at our ballroom dancing. The trained. I'm not claiming that I can do that, but there's white people, Europeans that have been trained ballroom dancers. And if you go back through the centuries, there were these grand ballrooms and dances and parties, and people were doing very beautiful and intricate dances.
Oh, yes.
I'm not an expert on it, but I've seen footage, and it doesn't look like Tigges in the jungle dancing barefoot in the dirt outside of a mud hut. It looks entirely different. It's sophisticated and civilized and beautiful, and they're well dressed, the men and women, ballroom dancing.
I almost
So
sent you a link. Sorry, before
go
you
ahead.
move on, about the ballroom dancing. There's this, maybe you can look it up yourself. They're called Vincent and Flavia, and they are ballroom, but they do 10 different dance styles, and they're the world champions. And when you watch their things, their dances, it's so moving. The precision, the passion, it's so elegant, and you look at it and go, wow. I had that playing on silent while one of your songs was playing, and I thought, wow, that would be a lovely dance to go with your music. It was just so exquisite, and they've been in Strictly Dancing and all sorts of other things now, but they had a dancing school in Guildford, and we had a couple of lessons with them for our wedding dance. So, but apart from that, they're wonderful. Their dance movements, and if you look at like their tango, it's very it's lovely to watch. Sorry, now I'll just shut up now.
Oh no, that's an excellent suggestion, Wendy. I did look it up. I'm gonna turn off the. I don't know if it's copyright because it's 1.77 million subscribers, but I'll turn off the sound and I will let people know it's Vincent and Flavia's passionate Argentine tango, midnight tango. I have the sound off, but everything from the stage set you wouldn't see in Liberia or the Congo, obviously. I mean, this is obvious to us, but some people looking, well, why couldn't they do that? Well, they don't. They don't invent dances like this. They don't have stage sets like this. They don't dress this way in the Congo and in Liberia and Nigeria and Sudan because this is European. So there's passion, there's precision, there's beauty, and it is exquisite. It's amazing. And what I want to say, I'm showing this, but I'm saying that we create things like this. White people do, European people. We should be proud of whether it's dance like this, ballroom dancing, ballet, symphonies, the creation that we've put into museums, art museums and other museums and libraries going back thousands of years. Where are the libraries in the Congo, Wendy? Where are they in Liberia? Where
I
are
have
they
none.
where unless we colonize and they're falling apart because they never maintained what we built for them. If we went there, if the British went there or the French or whoever went there, the Belgians, anything that was a colonial building they let fall apart since then. They don't maintain. So if we built them a library and a post office and a railway, it's fallen apart many years ago, long ago, because they never keep anything. There's no upkeep, there's no maintenance.
They
There's no
don't
way
know
to
what.
help them.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
they don't know what maintenance is because they've never had to think about tomorrow. They're only present in the current moment. So they never
Mhm.
see things falling apart or that they have to plan ahead. They're just incapable of doing it, and they won't ever change.
Is that what they mean by African time? They're just present moment and they're
Yes,
wrapped up?
yes.
Okay.
And if you ask them to do something, it's manana, tomorrow. It's just day to day, which is why they'll chop down all the trees and not think, okay, well, there'll be no firewood for me next year or for my grandchildren. They just keep, there's no planting of basic things. When, there's seeds in the food you eat, you could just worrying if there's going to be food for the children and having another child and another child. It's just that I don't think they have the sense that there's a future coming. It's only the present moment.
Yeah, that would explain a lot then. They have no planning for the future, no preparation, no concept of next month, next year, 2, 5, 10 years from now, the future for their children, grandchildren. They don't have a concept of a future. It's all present moment. That's interesting, and they don't have the ability to plan then if they're wrapped up thinking and just in the present moment, or the present moment, as that one idiot would say, present moment.
A droopy dog.
The present moment was droopy dog. We're in the present moment, people. In the present moment. The present moment. It's incredible. He's just like one of the Tiggas. He's like he's a Tigga, except he's in a car in California. Oh my gosh. He could live in Africa. He'd fit right in with some of these Tiggas.
He would.
Oh my goodness. It's crazy. One thing that bothers me, it's not just white people, but it's all people, it's all races that have said, "Well, you don't have any skin in the great game if you don't have any children," but I'm thinking of to the future without any children or grandchildren. I still care about white children and people's children and grandchildren, because I don't want them to live in a pure hell realm where they're despised and attacked for being white and a minority in their countries. That thought plagues my mind. And it's not because I have children that are going to be facing that. I don't have any biological children as far as I know of my own. But I know that white children, if something isn't done, will be facing a horrific future. That bothers me. And these people that say, "Oh, you don't have any skin in the game," they can't seem to fathom that it's possible to care beyond your own bloodline and beyond your small circle of family and beyond your doorstep about what's going on. Now, a Finkelstein would say, "Well, it's not happening. I don't see any murders outside my window or through my window. I don't see any white farmers murdered. I don't know that it's going on." That's the view of these morons with no care beyond themselves. That's their way, I think, of dealing with it. Avoiding using a conscience. I don't have to see murder right through my window to know that white people are suffering and being murdered. But a Finkelstein will try to use that to say, "Well, it's just on TV. It's just the media showing all this crazy stuff," he said, one of his videos a month or two ago. And it's really telling the spiritual differences when they do that, when they come out saying things like that. And just like when he came out saying there is no truth here. And then towards the end of his video, he said that that's the truth. In that voice of his, he changed it to, "That's the truth." He kind of did this soft, weird, cringy, creepy voice.
Sickening, that creepy. It's just so fake. It's so fake. It's beyond fake. And you care more about people's grandchildren and the future, that lots of parents care about their own children in the here and now, like that the video you had yesterday with the vegan mum, and the little children had legs that were like stalk legs. They were absolutely starving, and
Oh my
she didn't even care about her own. If you don't care about your own children, not even like your neighbors or your sisters or your cousins or down the road, it's very evil and wicked here. And the poor little children that get born into families like that, and
it's horrific. I would have been trying to feed those children if I was a kid their age. Invite them to my house because my mom would have fed them.
Me too.
I knew that as a kid. I knew it as a kid that
Yeah.
it's wrong, and you could tell kids kids around that were hungry and poor and not fed, or not necessarily poor, just punished like those children, that they were punished and kept from eating by those disgusting monsters, those vegans wearing a vegan shirt. It's just horrific. I was almost sick the first time I heard someone that was a grandparent say, "Well, what do I care? I'll be dead by then." And I said, "Well, don't you have adult children
evil.
with grandchildren? You don't care what happens as long as you're gone?" And I heard a lot of boomers in my life say that. The ones that would be in their 80s now. But decades ago, they just said, what do I care? I don't care if Canada falls apart. They don't have any sense of, it's not just justice, just sense of, I don't want it to fall apart for others. I don't want millions of white Canadians and Americans and British people and children to suffer because this all falls apart, and the ones that are anti-white that hate us take over and starve and abuse and commit atrocities. I don't want that. It doesn't matter if I'll be gone.
It does matter.
I mean, it matters.
Yeah.
It's like, what I'm saying is, I know I'll be gone, but I don't want that to happen. I've never thought, well, I'll be gone before then.
It's so selfish to only care about themselves and not think about the consequences for the others. Because if it was done to them, they'd be outraged, but they don't mind doing it. It's like a realm of inversions and double standards, and to only think about yourself is really evil.
Yeah. And then they'll openly say that, and I'm thinking, don't you have grandchildren? They're going to be living in this place if it turns into a complete hell. I know I call it a hell realm, but I've made no bones about telling people that this place is going to get far worse. And then people twist it. Oh, he wants it to get worse, or he's making it worse. They think I'm creating the realm. There's paranoid, deranged beings on YouTube. That Mushroom Kai just accused me earlier in their video or live stream of killing their dog. Outright said it's Stephen Killeen. I live thousands of miles away from them. Never met them in person. Never spoke on the phone. Never did anything to their dog. Their dog had health issues and seizures, and their dog died of a seizure, and they blame me. That's just derangement. That should be called out in this realm, that kind of stuff, when that happens. But it rarely is. I don't just mean by me. There should be dozens of people on YouTube. 10 years ago, it was different. Or 15, there would have been truthers saying, how dare you say that about them? You're just lying and deranged. And it would have been called out. People would have spoke up. But these days, any false accusations, people shrug their shoulders so long as it's not them. And there's all kinds of false accusations made that are deranged. That being should be in a goddamn straitjacket for saying that stuff. That's what should happen. And I said it in I don't want to give away what's in my premiere, but that's part of it. I said, you should be in a straitjacket. You're deranged. I had nothing to do with the death of your dog. They come up with all these evil narratives in their imagination. Well, he casts spells on people and he curses and he says he's this and that. I mean, they're just ridiculous. They're paranoid beyond words. And there's a lot of trans people committing murders and violence, and I've shown some of the stories recently of ones killing their parents. But there's a lot more violence from trans people in America and Canada than what is being reported. There's a lot of it. And you know why? Because they're not stable beings to begin with. They don't even know what gender they are. They're confused about what they are. They're mental cases, even if they don't commit violence, like an extreme violent act of getting weapons and unaliving their entire family, which is happening with these weirdos and freaks. And that's what they are. And I know a few on YouTube want to say that. Most of these, quote, truth channels are just leftists that support the trans agenda, LGBT, all this anti-white stuff. They support all these agendas. And people are watching these channels going, well, they're truthers. Really, are they? I call them anti-whites and leftists and all that. I call them what they are. They're destroying the Western civilization. And people are watching their channels going, well, at least they reported on this conspiracy. Well, in the bigger picture, they're anti-white, they're anti-white men, they're anti-straight couples. They're destroying our countries, these creatures. Not just the trans ones, but the average truther on YouTube supports all of the agendas that the evil system is putting forward. All of it.
They're perfect agents and doing exactly what the evil agenda wants. And they think that because they're on YouTube, they're not. Yeah.
Wendy, I've heard so many of them say, they'll say, quote, I don't care about race. They'll say, I don't care about skin color. They'll call it skin color then. They'll say, I don't care what skin color someone is. As though race can be boiled down to just skin color when it's thousands of different things. And that's what they do. And they'll say, you must be a weirdo if you care about people's skin color. No, I care about hundreds of thousands of white people being murdered by other races, where we're actually the victims. And we get portrayed as the villains. Always. There's a war on white people. If people could see the amount of graves in America that there are of whites that are killed by blacks every year, it's a whole lot of people. And no one wants to talk about that. They'll just say, I don't care about skin color. We're all the same. I hear YouTubers saying that. That Flogay said that the other day. I never cared about skin color. I grew up with black people. It sounds so retarded. And people watching these shows, they just can't understand. Like they don't get it. And that Finkelstein said the same thing, that big nose. Well, King Stephen's a racist for talking about race. I don't care about skin color. That's what they'll do. They'll say, I'm a racist. Then they'll change it from race to skin color. It's a tactic of leftists. They never want to talk about racial differences, crime differences by race, anything that matters. They'll just call it skin color. Say, oh, he just skin color. It's bloody ridiculous.
It is. And as soon as you mention statistics and facts, people get agitated and angry and hateful and vengeful.
Yeah.
Just from simple facts. It's what you said yesterday, that people can take like a tidbit or a teaspoon, I use another word, but basically a small morsel of truth, and then they've reached like full capacity, and then they can't handle anymore, or they get vindictive.
Yes. They get vindictive. They lash out. They'll even call the stats racist and facts.
Oh.
And the thing is, they've done that with me. You know, and it's just unbelievable. It's like, well, you can go to the graves of these people that are murdered. It's not made up. There's people murdered all the time that are white, murdered by blacks. Far more than white people murder blacks. And I've shown the stats. We take numbers and take things down and record things for a reason. And a lot of this is being hidden. But to boil down race to quote unquote skin color is almost akin to boiling down all of the British Empire to one phone box and saying, well, that sums it up. All of British history of the British Empire. It's just, it's so tiny. The skin color aspect is so tiny compared to all the other things that are encompassed in race.
Yeah.
Hundreds of biological differences. There's emotional differences. There's impulse control differences. There's criminality differences. There's differences in the way they view even time, as you said. They're in the present moment. There's difference after difference after difference, and people just say, you don't like them because of their skin color? It's so retarded when they do that. It's absolutely foolish and ignorant and stupid. It's insulting to my intelligence and to anyone else when they go around saying, well, you don't like the darkies just because of their skin color? I'd be fine with it if it was just skin color. They're absolutely foolish. I wear black t-shirts quite often. I have a black leather jacket. If I'm against black, why would I spend hundreds of dollars on a black leather jacket? Right away.
Exactly.
It's not about the tone of their skin or their melanin. It's about so much more than that. I don't want graveyards filled that are cities full of graves of black people, or sorry, white people that are victims of blacks and white children killed by black people in horrendous ways, especially in America. At least it isn't just in America, but I happen to get a lot more American news, even on YouTube. And there's been white children kidnapped and tortured and murdered, and there was one boy that was thrown in the Mall of America one time onto the floor and head cracked open. I mean, these blacks are targeting
Horrendous.
white children. And
Absolutely
it's
horrendous.
obvious what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's horrendous, and it's attacks on them for being white. That's what it is, because they've done nothing,
Yeah.
and it's sickening. And people will say to me that I care. What do you care about skin color for? They twist things, and they'd have to be evil to do that. I think it's beyond ignorance.
It's evil.
It is.
They
the
don't
ones that.
belong.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, they don't belong in civilization. They will never be able to adapt. They've had more than enough time to show that they're suitable and they're unsuitable. They all need to go.
I agree, 100%. Somebody said, I can't remember who it was. It was on a video recently that I played. I think I shared it live. If I didn't, I was watching it. And they said they've never assimilated in America in 400 years or around 400 years.
400
They're still
years.
not American.
Wow.
Yeah, 400 years in
I didn't know
something
that.
like
Wow.
400 years in America. Or they claim maybe it's 350, but it's hundreds
Wow.
of years now since the first darkie's been in America. Yeah, I think it's in the 1600s, actually. The first
Holy
darkies
moly.
were brought over. And they've never become American. They still call themselves African American. They're not American. They don't behave. They're not civilized. They never will be. Ones that have had ancestors going back. It's not just
Wow.
darkies that are immigrants. It's ones that can say we were the original slaves, or they can trace their ancestry. They're still not behaving civilized like Americans after all those generations. They never will. I laugh sometimes. It's not funny it's funny in the way of how oblivious people are, where they'll say, I can't believe they behave the same way in America. Their high crime rates with darkies in African countries and in the UK, and when they live in Germany, and when they live in Canada, and when they live in
Yeah.
America, and when they live in Australia. It's almost like there's a worldwide pattern here where no matter where they live, the soil doesn't change them. They're still criminals. High criminal, high violence rate no matter where they live on earth. I think it was maybe that Pearl Davis, Pearly Things channel, where she couldn't get over that the high crime rate of violence no matter where the darkies live. Well, it's biology, it's race, Pearl. It's
Yeah.
not the land, it's not where they live, it's not the schools they go to, it's not all the shit that people try to put it on. It's not if they have free basketball courts to play and watermelons handed to them and fried chicken. It's not any of that. We can build the Popeyes fried chicken right into the high school. They're still going to be criminals.
They'll never change.
Because we built these community
Yeah.
centers in Canada and America for these darkies. White people pay for it. So they have a place to go after school to play basketball, and they have these boys clubs or clubs for blacks, just for blacks. It's in black neighborhoods. They get free shit built for them, whole buildings with indoor basketball courts. I'm not kidding you. So that try to keep them from becoming criminals. That's the
Oh,
goal of it. Yeah, that's the
wow.
goal, Wendy. That's been done all my life. As a kid, I used to see commercials on TV saying, "Why don't they build one of those here where we live?"
Exactly.
In the small white area where oh no, you can't have to build it for the darkies in the ghetto where they have boys clubs just for the darkies, where they have indoor basketball courts, and they'll even say it's to try to keep the crime down so that the kids after school, kids like elementary and high schoolers have somewhere to go so they don't join gangs and kill people. That was the whole goal of it. And they spend millions on these places, millions of dollars building these gyms that are not part of a school. They're after school programs for them. So they
Absolutely
get special shit to keep them.
disgraceful. Mm.
It's like, well, maybe if we give them this, they won't become gang members and go around with gang drive-by shootings and killing innocent people because it was so out of control in big American cities and then coming into Canada as well, where that's what they do. And they'll just say, well, they're bored. So of course they're going to become, well, how come white kids that are bored aren't going around getting machine guns or high-powered assault rifles
Exactly.
and just
We were,
driving by shooting people?
yeah,
It's just,
we were building
it's
forts
never,
and
race is
making
never,
things.
they never put it on race.
Yeah,
They never say, oh, it's the race. That's the factor. It's just, well, they're inner city kids. Then they have nothing to do and they're bored, and the gangs will get them if we don't get them into these clubs and give them something to do outside of gangs and killing each other or killing others. If we don't give them these clubs, they're going to be robbing banks and liquor stores and shooting people. We have to give them something to do. It's just, it's incredible. It's so illogical. And it's not just black people. I'm saying it's white people saying, if we don't give them something to do, we got to spend millions on them. It's a lot of white people saying, well, that's what we have to do. Keep them out of gangs and keep them out of prisons. We got to build more for them. We got to pour
sounds like a
trillions more.
woman.
See, this is a logic.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it sounds like a
Go ahead.
woman's brain. That's not a man's brain being a logical
Yeah.
solution. It's a yeah.
Well, my man's brain says no more.
No
I
more is
put my
the,
foot down. If I was
yeah.
running it and say no more, we spent trillions on them. Not just the gyms, the boys clubs, the sports, the this, the that, the breakfast programs, the before school, the No Child Left Behind, the Help the Darky program, whatever it's named. Just it's been trillions of dollars. Trillions. And on welfare and schooling them and scholarships and free money and free food and free housing and this and that, and we'll build them schools. We gotta do more to educate them. And there's been no difference in criminality, and there's been no IQ increase, and there never will be. It's because it's biology, it's race. All those trillions of dollars wasted. In the United States, Canada, England, it's trillions that we've spent. Wasted. And that's sickening because there shouldn't be a hungry white child in America or Canada or the UK ever, or a cold pensioner, an elderly person that's retired. Shivering should never happen because we should have all that money and resources to spend on our people instead of wasting it on people where we're just burning it, we're throwing it away.
Exactly. It should be going to the people who generated the money, and going forward, if a group of people want something, they need to do it themselves, and if they can't do it, then that's their problem. There's enough, they've had long enough, they've had way too much, and you've got to say no more at some stage, and that stage was a long
Yes.
time ago. Oh.
Yes. Yes, a long time ago it should have been done. It's been, oh my goodness, it's horrific to think about it because That money builds so much, would build so much housing, would fix housing, would fix so much, and could have been utilized so much better. And it's a complete waste. For one thing, it's going to people that did not deserve it and do not contribute. They're leeches. And the other factor is it never improves. It's a complete waste. Pouring money, it's wasting, it's flushing money down the toilet, saying
It
we're
is.
going to
Yeah.
educate them. It's
Mm.
wasting it. And it could
Mm.
be used to help white people. It's akin, if I ever went to, if this were hypothetically possible, and I could go to one of these meetings or high level meetings, and let's say it was a government working for us instead of against us, and it was a government hypothetically in this dream world, fantasy world scenario where governments were working for the people and they brought in people to speak, I would say to them, we might as well be spending trillions of dollars trying to teach raccoons how to fly. It'll never happen. It's wasting the money. Or trying to teach fish how to fly like eagles. It's not possible. It isn't just, I don't want them, we don't want that. No, it doesn't work at all. Their literacy rate hasn't gone up. Their IQ doesn't increase. It has no impact. The more we spend and the better schools we give them has no impact. So by definition, it is wasting the money because there's no positive impact at all. The more we spend, nothing changes. So why should we spend it on them? Why don't we spend it in a productive way and start making real changes that will work and help people with our money? It's that simple. It's our money. They're taxing us to throw our money away. It's just incredible, the amount of money. And they'll just increase the budgets by billions and nothing changes. Nothing. They're still criminals. They still can't read when they're graduating from high school. Illiterate. There's a huge percentage of darkies graduating in America and they are illiterate. And they get a diploma. It's just unbelievable. And then they're allowed to get jobs. And they say, well, I have a diploma. And they're freaking illiterate. And they can't even do basic math. If the power goes out at Walmart, they can't make change for you. In groceries, they can't do basic
Wow.
anything. They can't do it. If you had, if the total was $19.98 and you handed them a $20 American bill, all they have to do is say it's 2 cents change. They can't even do that. And that's happened.
Wow.
And Americans have even told me during power outages, they said they had to teach the person how to make change. They couldn't do it for cash.
Basic
They
math.
couldn't do it. Just basic, the most basic math that I learned in second grade.
Yeah.
First and second grade, that level. And by third grade, we were learning multiplication, division, all that. Because I can remember doing the tables in third grade, the multiplication. They can't do basic addition and subtraction at second grade level when I grew up. We learned that in second grade. They're graduating high school and they can't do it. They never
shouldn't be
fail kids
finishing
these days.
school if they can't
No,
do that. They should stay
they
back in
never
the
fail
year.
them though, Wendy. They call it
That's ridiculous.
racism. Yeah. They just say, well, it's racism. The parents would be in an uproar. You're racist. So they just push them through. The darkies get graduation, they get diplomas, and they can't do anything. They're not actual high school grads or actual college grads. It's all fake. We're
They could
in a
almost give them,
Twilight Zone realm.
yeah, they could almost give them the certificate when they're like 5 years old and say, don't bother coming into school. Here's your diploma right now. Have some
They're
nuggets.
dancing around barefoot, celebrating the diplomas, and they can't even read. It's unbelievable. They can't even do 2 plus 4, and they're dancing around. They can't make change if you hand them a bill. They can't do it.
And now you know why they can't build. They can't. They can't measure. They can't. Calculate how many how to mix the the cement or concrete ratios.
Yeah.
Mm.
They can't even count using their fingers and toes when they're barefoot. They're trying to count up to 10 and they're using their how do I do this?
Then you can up
They
to
can
2
only
with
get
the
a
nostril. 1, 2.
Yeah, they just plug their nose up with their fingers, their nostrils, and count that way. That could be an abacus for them or something. The darky abacus. They can only cut a wheel with a machete and try a wooden the last tree in Africa in their country will cut down to make a scooter. It's just it's incredible. It's so incredible.
Mhm. Mm.
It's terrible. And then white children have to work to get their diploma because they don't get the same treatment. And they're gonna and I'm not saying they should be passed if they can't do the work or pass the grades, but they're watching their classmates at some of these schools that are mixed. They're darkies and whites, and they're seeing, well, the darkies get special treatment. They pass no matter what. The kid next to me is black. He can't read. The white kids notice that in the class. Well, they're getting special treatment all the way through school, elementary, all the way through high school, and they're given scholarships to get into college and university. And the white kids are the white kids are
Oh,
noticing the
that's
double
sickening.
standards and discrimination all the
Wow.
way through. And they're told slave masters and you're bad, you're racist. And these darkies are getting better grades for not even being able to read or do basic math.
It's so wrong. It should never be like that.
So what are the white kids going to learn about the world when they're seeing all this in their classrooms year after year, grade after grade?
Just crushing their spirit and, you know, taking away hope and making things worse. If you think there's no point in trying, it's really destructive and poisonous, and it's just going to accelerate the degradation of the realm when white people aren't inspired and motivated, and if they can't fight back, or not fighting, but feeling that whatever they do is going to be valued and appreciated, and if they do something, it's just going to be destroyed by the infection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's evil and devastating. And it's heartbreaking. And they would see the unfairness, the injustice, the special treatment, all of it. They would be
Yes.
witness to all of it day after day for years. Their whole, if you want to call it a career as a student, their whole time going through school, it just must be horrible to go through that.
Yeah, I think unfairness and injustice, that's a good way to put it.
And to see the teachers probably bring them in front of the classroom, similar but far worse these days to when I went in school with the little Asian girl that was the teacher's pet year after year. She was just a plagiarist, and I caught her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they'd bring the Leroy in front of the classroom or the Juanita or something as a black in America and say, well, they're the best. They got the best grade. And white children in that class would know, well, they can't even read. They're in 10th grade high school and they can't read a page of a book. They're illiterate. I'm sure the kids would know that they're just cheating. They're copying, they're cheating, they're downloading their work off the internet or using AI, whatever they could do these days. But even before that, they were cheating. It's just incredible. It would be deflating to these children and disempowering. It's harmful to them to witness the cheating, the unfairness, the injustice, them hyping up these darkies and saying, oh, they're so good. Look at Leroy. He's able to read a few words. He gets the best grade. Meanwhile, the other children are just head and shoulders above them, and they're graded lower because they're white. Oh, Wendy, you have to head back to make breakfast. I just saw your
I'm sorry,
your
I
text.
don't want to interrupt your flow. Thank you very much for having me on again, and thank you.
Thank you for coming on. It's my pleasure. I hope you have a beautiful, delicious breakfast.
There'll be bacon and eggs, the best.
That sounds so
Mo's,
good. I love it.
Mo's favorite bacon. Thank you for
Extra
all the laughs.
bacony.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Have
Thank
a
you,
great
Wendy.
day your way. And I might be asleep while when you're on with Rose, but if I do wake up around that time, I'll pop in and say hi. But otherwise, I hope you'll record it somehow so we can hear it some other time. So thank you very much, and have fun with her. She's always very organized.
Thank you, Wendy. I have her. I asked her to remind me before the show in case I forget what time, but she'll probably email me or something. And thank you very much. I hope that you have a delicious breakfast, and I won't be up too much later. I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Good.
So thanks
Good.
for coming on.
Yes. Thank you, Stephen. Bye now.
Bye for now. My pleasure to have you. And that was a great conversation with Wendy, everyone. I was thinking just a few minutes ago as we were speaking, I wonder what it's like for some of the lurkers to be here. There's 20, it's showing 20 watching. To be here thinking that everything we say is racist. And they can't quite grasp that white people are under attack. There's an anti-white movement in society in the West. I can't imagine being that dumb and programmed to sit here and to believe. And some of you, I bet, would. Some of you lurkers are probably thinking, oh, King Stephen's so racist. And you can't catch on to what I'm doing. Some of you are so lost and far gone, you'll say that you tune in lurking on my channel and you call everything I talk about gibberish, or you say it's nonsense or stupid. You can't tell smart from stupid. I just wonder what it's like to be you. Not that I want to be those lurkers that are that dumb, that programmed by society, that anti-white and foolish, to believe that I'm racist, like a absolute fool to see it that way. I wonder what it's like, though, with some of you lurking here that tune in and you're seething thinking I'm racist. It's incredible what they're able to do to you. It's incredible how malleable and moldable, like clay, your minds must be for the programmers of this realm. As John Levi would call them on the controllers in his slow voice, the controllers. And he has a sh at the end of his S. The controllers. Just mold your minds like clay into whatever they want. Because for you to sit here lurking and think that I'm racist for speaking truth and facts about what's happening, you're just a programmed fool. You are something that I've never been. I can't relate to how gullible and malleable so many of you are in this realm that believe the programming. And then a lot want to defend you. Well, they can't help it, Stephen. They were programmed. Well, everyone was subjected to programming. They drank the Kool-Aid is far more accurate than they were programmed. They drank the Kool-Aid. They participated in the programming. They went along with it, just like they're going along with it today when they're anti-white. If they're white, brown, black, but there's white people, not just tiny hats. There are anti-white whites that are liberal, that are traitors to white people, that pretend none of this is going on. Anyway, I'm going to put this out to the lurkers. I don't think any of you have a mind even close to what mine is, or what mine even was in first, second, or third grade. Not even comparable to me as a third grade child. I would outthink you if I could go back to being the age I was in third grade at that level. You're outmatched. You're not even close, except in your ego and your delusions. And that's what most of you live by. You have big mouths and big egos, but not a big view, not big knowledge, not big minds, not big creativity, not big artistry, not a big picture view, not a big powerful spirit, just big mouths, big egos. And that's what fills up this realm. And that's what fills up YouTube. I'm so glad I'm not you. Some of you lurkers that are just cockroaches. You contribute nothing to anyone. You're just cockroaches, leeches, and pests. Can you tell how much I need you by me shutting off the chat, the live chat, and changing the way I do shows? This is nothing, though, because you're going to be shut out completely. You're going to be sealed in here. You won't be able to get near me to even hear my voice and my thoughts and see my creations or hear them and see what I'm doing or thinking or building or creating. You will never get to experience the realms that I will make beyond here, ever. You will never get to be near me like many of you creatures want to be close to me so that you can do harm to me, so that you can somehow stab me in the back or try some demon game, some trick. You'll never be near me. You will be relegated to staying here in this realm, and it's going to get far worse, especially for the demons once it's sealed. I don't mean far worse by the progressively worse situation this hell realm is degrading already. I mean far worse once it's sealed and certain editing goes on where the sun is taken away, the moon's taken away, the temperature control is taken away. There's no more police to run to, no more court system, no more civil society. It will be a sheer, pure hell realm for demons, fit for demons, not fit for a single good spirit or good entity, if you want to call it entity. By spirit, I'm encompassing even plants, trees, animals, fish, animals, birds. Every good being will be taken out so they won't have to suffer anymore. That's the right thing to do. Now, in evil's mind, what are you gonna do? That's what evil does. Oh, what are you gonna do? You're gonna interfere with this our realm? Yeah, you're damn right I'm gonna interfere with your hell realm. Damn right. But it's God's will. It's God's plan to be this way. Well, fuck your God. Fuck your evil monster you call God. Fuck them. Fuck them and the demons. Things are going to change. Good is not going to be subjected to torture here anymore. You demons are going to get what you deserve. That's what's going to happen. The tables are going to turn. I'd love to see the looks on some of your faces when you realize you're not going anywhere and you can't go anywhere. You can't get out. But you won't change before then. I know that. I already know. You've had years and you won't. You feel clever for being evil. That's another aspect of evil that I don't hear a lot speaking about. They feel clever for being evil. I don't just mean feeling clever as, let's say, a high IQ. They could be a high IQ sociopath. No, you feel clever for being evil. The evil you do makes you feel clever. You feel clever for being evil, you creatures. Don't you? all of that's going to be taken away. Your feeling of cleverness for being evil. It's going to change. You're going to suffer for your evil the way that you wanted us to suffer. You wanted all good spirits here, babies. You evil demons. You make babies suffer. You sick fucks. You make babies suffer. Disgusting. There's some of you, I bet, lurkers that have aborted babies. Some of you admit it on your live streams. You've aborted babies. Some of you have had babies born and then they died under mysterious circumstances and you were investigated for murder. I know all about it. I know all about you demons. Skeletons in your closet. You psychos, you sickos, creepy creatures that have done so much harm in this place. You feel clever for the harm, the abuse, the evil, the violence, all the sickness. You feel clever. You feel clever, you creatures. I'm starting to get sleepy. I'm going to have to end this live stream soon. I'm going to stand against you, evil creatures, with everything I have. I'm going to stand against you. I will stand against you with everything I have. I'll stand against you. Fucking creatures. Good night to all good spirits that may be tuned in here watching or listening. If you're a good, decent spirit that cares about others and cares about truth and isn't a nasty, lying demon, then I have mad love for you. Mad love and Viking strength to all good spirits. And burn the demons. No mercy for demons. No sympathy, no tears for demons, and no mercy for demons. And they'll twist it like they always do. They never tell the truth. You demons are going to get what's coming. You deserve it. Evil fucks. Fuck you, demons. You'll pay for what you've done.
Oh, hey. Timeless. Timeless. Timeless in eternity. No more. Matrix time. Matrix space. Matrix chains. No more limitations. Unlimited in spirit. Unlimited consciousness. Unlimited creation. Eternity awaits. Eternal spirits. Eternal creations. Eternal imaginations from within. From within. timeless in eternity, traveling faster than the speed of thought. No masters, no chains, no governor, no ceiling, no anchors. Eternal beauty, eternal magic. Being should not be a burden. There is freedom beyond this dungeon. Freedom beyond. Freedom is risky. Venturing into the great unknown is risky. I won't settle for slavery.
Eternity is timeless. Eternity is endless. Possibilities. Curiosity is free. Courage is a rarity.
I am an eternal, magical being. Nothing will stop me.